Chapter 5631. Although it can't be improved in the later stage, the treasures that can increase the combat power by 100,000 times in a short period of time are more attractive than those that are slowly cultivated, especially for those emperors with average qualifications. Hui Qing pondered for a while, and finally seemed to have made some kind of decision, and said, "If I go further, no matter what master true spirit persuades, I will go out to find out." At this time, Jian Wushuang remembered that Jiang Shang had already gone to the Temple of Destruction, and his status was very high. If Broly is the first of war in the Temple of Destruction, then Jiang Shang is like a saint. The strength is terrible. After so long, no one knows how strong she is now. More than half an epoch ago, when the Qinglong Palace Master and Broly fought, they almost directly killed each other. After Jiang Shang made a move, no one knew the outcome, only that Jiang Shang retreated with Broly all over. But Palace Master Qinglong suffered a lot of injuries. This news is top secret. Few people know it, and Jian Wushuang also knows it from the White Tiger Palace Master. In order not to affect morale, it was not announced. Now, on the bright side, Qishan Temple has an advantage, but in the long run, the advantage of Qishan Temple will gradually weaken. Jiang Shang's strength can now be said to be the best in the entire time and space. Palace Master Qinglong is not an opponent. If the deity of Miexing and true spirit doesn't go out, no one will be her opponent. The only hope is the current Hui Qing. After Zhenling figured this out, Hui Qing had been flickering at the Tomb Mountain, fearing that Hui Qing would take refuge in the Temple of Destruction after leaving the Temple of Qishan. What is needed now is hatred. The more people Jiang Shang killed in the outside world, the better, so that Hui Qing and Jiang Shang could go to the opposite side. Hui Qing didn't understand this, but Jian Wushuang understood after a little thought. Perhaps the future Jiang Shang is not his catastrophe, but Hui Qing's catastrophe. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but feel a little sigh. Hui Qing was too miserable. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Seeing his expression, Hui Qing frowned and asked, "Brother Wushuang, what are your plans this time? Let's join hands first." Jian Wushuang said calmly, "Now he wants to devote all his thoughts to Kotao. As long as Kotao is successful, nothing will be a problem." Hui Qing also nodded, agreeing. "It's time to join the Tao. I can't quite see your current strength. Once the combination is successful, I'm afraid you will be the first inheritor of the Tomb God Mountain." Hui Qing doesn't have much idea about who is number one, but Jian Wushuang was able to become the number one. He was still very happy. Even if he grabbed the number one from him, it didn't matter. The relationship between the two can be said to be a life and death relationship, and Jian Wushuang has rescued him countless times. "Hui Qing, we can't keep our eyes on the Tomb God Mountain." Jian Wushuang waved his hand. He has no interest in the first inheritor now, and then said, "Don't you always want to go out? Wait for my success. We brothers might as well leave the Temple of Qishan." Although he can do nothing for the sake of strength, Hui Qing is a reliable friend after all. He can't bear to watch Hui Qing become of the true spirit. After Hui Qing heard what he said, he leaked an expression of joy and said, "That's what I think. Then I will go out and learn about the methods of the Temple of Destruction." Regardless of Hui Qing's usually dull, kind eyebrows and good intentions, in fact, the combative heart in her bones is stronger than Jian Wushuang. What is the Temple of Destruction of the world? Jian Wushuang shook his head with a look of disdain, and then said, "Do you know how many time and space there are in this starry sky, and how many powerhouses there are? Why stay here? It's better to go to other long rivers of time and space, raise your strength to the peak, and then return to smooth everything." This is not what he is bragging about. Once the harmony is successful, as long as Zhenling does not change his mind, he will open the passage and head to other time and space rivers. As long as the time and space river is similar to the original Moroa time and space, his opportunities will not be worse than the present, and the improvement will be faster. When the time comes after becoming a robbery, it is enough to return. Based on his background after becoming a tribulation realm, it is not impossible that he has the treasure of time and space, as well as the beasts and gods that are about to be restored. The identity of extinction is useless, no matter how mysterious. In the face of absolute strength, everything is vain. Go to other long rivers of time and space. Hui Qing was stunned, and then said in surprise, "Starry sky!" "Yes, it's the starry sky." Jian Wushuang nodded. It seems that Hui Qing also knows about the starry sky. Sure enough, the strength of the other party is not only due to the reasons of the previous life, but also the secret of the starry sky. It seems that every person who is against the sky has a connection with the starry sky. But where are we going? Hui Qing was also a little tempted, or she had some concerns. Jian Wushuang pointed to the top and said, "The great true spirit will open up a passage for us." When speaking, he deliberately raised his voice, and his tone was extremely respectful. He doesn't know if the true spirit can see here, but the true spirit will definitely be able to hear the conversation between the two of them. Sure enough, after a while, Zhenling sent someone to summon Jian Wushuang. He and Hui Qing were almost talking about it, and they also told some plans for the future. Go to other long rivers of time and space, strengthen yourself, and then return to the current long river of time and space. Let Hui Qing think about the rest. The one who summoned Jian Wushuang was a guardian of the Tomb Mountain. Jian Wushuang had also seen each other. Not surprised. The reason why this Tomb Mountain bears a tomb character is because the great existence, the god, is buried here. But when I think of it, the relationship between the and death, the great word may be removed. Following the guardian, Jian Wushuang directly reached the top of the mountain. There is a wind pavilion here. Ancient characters are engraved on the top. Holding the pavilion, a long-lasting power made Jian Wushuang's whole body tremble. "I have seen it, Master, true spirit." Jian Wushuang bowed slightly. The true spirit standing in the pavilion, with his back to Jian Wushuang, did not turn his head and said indifferently, "Come in and sit down." Jian Wushuang cautiously stepped forward. As for the guardian, he had already left wisely. The true spirit overlooks the Tomb Mountain. Where is it standing? Naturally, he dared not really sit down, but was slightly behind half a position, standing next to the true spirit, overlooking the Tomb Mountain together. "I have prepared all the treasures needed by Hadao," Jinling said indifferently. Jian Wushuang was ecstatic in his heart. For the first time, he felt that the true spirit was very generous, and he thought so thoughtfully that he actually prepared the treasures he needed for Hadao. But after another thought, I felt something was wrong. For fear of being pitted by the true spirit, I wanted to refuse. "Don't think about it. I just don't want you to fail in harmony." Zhanling turned his head and glanced at Jian Wushuang, feeling speechless in his heart, and asked himself, did he have that buckle? Chapter 5632. Jian Wushuang knew that the true spirit had seen through the hesitation in his heart, and quickly denied, "It's too late to thank your subordinates. How dare you think about it? This great kindness, Wushuang will always remember." "Huh." Zhanling snorted coldly and said in a bad mood, "I haven't been in harmony yet. I just want to drag the family away. Can you remember my favor?" This. Jian Wushuang was very embarrassed. At first, the Real Spirit told him that he could open a channel to send him into other time and space. But now he says he is going to run away. Right. He broke a piece of true spirit. The investment in Hui Qing is huge. From the first reincarnation to learn, to the later Three Kings Court. The true spirit obviously spent a lot of effort. How could it be broken because he is a Taoist monarch? Master True Spirit, Hui Qing's potential is well known to you, and you can't be so wasted. Jian Wushuang simply pierced through the screen window and said directly. After Zhenling heard it, he was also taken aback. Jian Wushuang is a master who pretends to be confused. How could he suddenly be so direct? "Oh, do you think I was wasting his potential? Zhanling said, his aura suddenly increased. Jian Wushuang staggered and almost fell. Jian Wushuang stood firm, clasped his fists, and respectfully said, "This is not what his subordinates meant, but because of Huiqing's character. I believe that adults know that Huiqing's character is by no means an ungrateful person, and there is no need for Jiang Shang's involvement. He will not be against the gods." I said so, but do you know that he once shot Qinglong for that Jiang Shang? There was anger on Zhanling's face. When Huiqing shot Qinglong, he almost gave up Huiqing. If it weren't for the appearance of extinction, Jiang Shang would be taken away. Now Huiqing has either fallen or been suppressed. It's not bad to be a now. After Jian Wushuang listened, he shook his head and said gravely, "You are wrong." He still expressed his opinion from the bottom of his heart. The reason why Huiqing shot Qinglong was because he didn't know what was in Jiang Shang's body. I just want an explanation. The original Jiang Shang didn't mean to threaten the Temple of Qixin at all. That's why Huiqing would take action to stop the palace Master Qinglong. But now it's different. Jiang Shang went to the Temple of Destruction. Even if Huiqing was thinking about her old feelings in her heart, she would not take refuge in the Temple of Destruction like Jiang Shang. At the same time, Jian Wushuang also understood Zhenling's scruples. What if you end up raising a white-eyed wolf? But he has absolute confidence in Huiqing. It's impossible. Although the true spirit was relieved, his face was still grim. Maybe I was wrong, but you Jian Wushuang knows better than anyone else. In the Temple of Qixin, I'd rather be wrong than there should be any accidents. Jian Wushuang straightened his body and looked at the true spirit. At a certain moment, he suddenly felt a little bit painful to understand the true spirit. A true spirit supports this Temple of Qixin, still working hard to fulfill the last wish of the gods. Let Qixin Temple be great again. The gods were sent away, and the extinction came again. The most important thing is the ambiguity. It seems that Zhenling has seen the true face of Qixin. There is the true spirit, and the true spirit is the god. Although the true spirit is bound to the Qixin temple, it is more like an array spirit. But he has some memories, even habits. This hit the true spirit even more. My lord, maybe we are all right. What's wrong is this era. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and said with a heavy tone, "I wait for Tianjiao, but I am unwilling to be a pawn. I hope that the adults will complete it." Zhanling slowly turned his head, looking to the side of Jian Wushuang. A trace of anger emerged in his eyes and then disappeared again. It was not that he could not bear it, nor was Jian Wushuang's true feelings that moved him, but he saw a glimmer of hope from Jian Wushuang, or that he saw the future from Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, at that time, could move the world, is a strong man. Only such a strong person can have such a temperament. He didn't see the wrong person as expected. "Tell me about your plan." True spirit calmed down and asked actively. Jian Wushuang saw that there was a play and directly expressed his thoughts. After he unites, he will not leave alone. It is to take away a group of people. This is not a runaway. Although Jian Wushuang is indeed not authentic sometimes, he can distinguish the kindness of Qixin Temple, and the extinction is mainly for him. After all, it must be right. But he needs time. Go to other long rivers of time and space to practice, and then return after becoming a robbery. At first, he heard that the real spirit wanted to send him away, and he hadn't thought of taking other people away. But since he knew the future, he made a crazy plan. Prepare to let Qixin Temple come to an empty plan, to select a group of people with the most potential and travel to other time and space together is not only for a better cultivation environment, but also for the purpose of leaving a kind of fire. After seeing the miserable situation in the future, Jian Wushuang had to think so. If you rely on him alone, even if you become a tribulation realm, it will take a long time to cultivate to the 5 tribulations realm, or even the 6 tribulations realm. True spirit had confidence in him, but it didn't mean Jian Wushuang had confidence in him. Everything in the future can be decided. It's like he has always had faith in Hadao, but he failed. If it weren't for his complete Dao heart, I am afraid that he would not be able to walk out of the shadow of the future for a lifetime, and there would still be a lot of resistance to his harmony. It's better now. The Taoist heart is complete, and the hope of harmony is very great. Therefore, he proposed to transfer a group of people and leave together, just to be on the safe side. Zhan Ling hesitated after hearing it. After all, it is a strong man cultivated by the Temple of Qixin, and the resources spent can be said to be countless. Just send it off. What if these people don't come back by that time? This is a bet. Can you guarantee it? Jinling asked. Jian Wushuang naturally knew what the guarantee was, and swears directly to the source at the moment. I mean others. My lord can make them take the oath of origin. Not afraid they won't come back. Zhanling was still a little worried, and then said, What if they suppress the realm? This Jian Wushuang had also thought about it a long time ago. Then he explained, Don't worry, my lord, if there are such people among our inheritors. They are not qualified to go to other time and space rivers. Those who are qualified to go will definitely not have this plan. After all, they don't know the power of extinction. Zhenling was still satisfied with this explanation, and after nodding his head, he did not give an accurate answer. Jian Wushuang also knew that this kind of thing still had to give true spirit some time. After waiting for a while, he changed the subject and talked about extinction. The matter of extinction can't be announced to the public for the time being. His identity is very mysterious. Even I can't figure it out. Jinling shook his head and said, This is nothing, but it seems that the real spirit does not know as much as he knows. Chapter 5633. However, the true spirit didn't intend to make it public, and he couldn't let the true spirit know that the extinction came from God. My lord, what will happen after his death power is combined with my life power? Zhanling leaked a smile, stretched out his palm, and suddenly 2 groups of power appeared. This is the origin of water and fire. What will happen to the combination of them? Jian Wushuang said directly, The combination of water and fire is against the trend, especially the combination of origin. Few people in Dian Immortal do it. Once the combination is successful, it can explode 100 times or even 1,000 times more power than pure water and fire. The origin is much stronger. That's right, just like the combination of life and death. I don't know what will become, but I know that after they merge, they will be very powerful, even beyond the origin of time. Exceeding the origin of time, it also means that it is stronger than the robbery realm. It is too difficult to say so, but to do it. No wonder extinction will pursue him, from the Avmorua time and space to the present. Once integrated, that is the power to transcend the tribulation realm. Zhanling also valued this point before he changed his view. By the way, I forgot to tell you that apart from you, Jiangshang also has life force in her body, but not as pure as yours. It should be the life force of the original spirit in her body. After Jian Wushuang heard this, he was shocked and didn't dare to say, How is this possible? Subsequently, an unprecedented vitality burst out directly from the body, condensing a huge green sphere. He pointed to the sphere and said, Probably how much better than this? This life force probably occupies 1/10 of the life force in his body. Zhanling was frightened by the sight and jumped far away, his eyes rounded, staring at the life force and said in shock, It's not so exaggerated. Her original spirit is very fragile and possesses the power of life, is probably the vitality of a tribulation realm or the vitality of vegetation life, and it is probably 1/10,000th of this group of vitality. Huh. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief before he felt relieved. Zhanling was surprised at the bottom of his heart and expressed absolute affirmation for choosing Jian Wushuang. This is too outrageous. Even a bold idea appeared in his mind. If Jian Wushuang were to preside over the big formation, what would happen to the body of the god? In the first prison, Jian Wushuang's life force was able to restore Fuego, and Jian Wushuang is now stronger than before. After the success of Hadao, it is a qualitative leap. Of course, relying on the physical body alone cannot revive the gods, and he still needs his true spirit. Take the true spirit as the source to restore the body of the god. If he really wants to succeed, I'm afraid he will be able to get rid of the Temple of Qixin and go out. However, he did not intend to tell Jian Wushuang directly, but waited for Jian Wushuang to become the emperor first. He really wanted to see how powerful Jian Wushuang would become after becoming an emperor. A Taoist monarch can be as strong as this. Becoming an emperor, I can hardly imagine. After learning about the current situation, Jian Wushuang did not plan to go to the tomb Sacred Mountain for a while. Instead, he planned to go directly to the place prepared by the true spirit for him to retreat again. This retreat is for harmony. Tomb God Mountain, public area, mountains and seas. Here, there is a natural origin of everything, among which I opened up the cave. You can go directly in. As soon as the real spirit pointed out, the sea broke open, revealing a huge sea mountain range. Jian Wushuang's eyes straightened, and he had seen the light radiating from that mountain. That is the mine. It is a rare mine. It is more valuable than Nine Dragon Mountain. I am afraid that such a mountain range is comparable to the space Huaming Mountain, the natural origin of everything. That should be the original source. Jian Wushuang was a little excited. Before he joins the path, he will raise all of his body to the limit. Only in this way can we have greater certainty. The limit of the divine body, the limit of the source. He has to do it. Remember, you can't be anxious in harmony, and the cohesion of space can't make any mistakes. Otherwise, it will be difficult for your kendo to blend in. Zhen Ling asked. Jian Wushuang nodded, and after thanking him, he was not polite and went straight into the mountain cave mansion. Wow! After passing through a curtain of water, Jian Wushuang entered the cave that the true spirit had prepared for him. This cave is a little messy, not as magnificent as he thought. There are even some weeds on the walls. Of course, the grass that can grow here is not a weed, but some elixir. It's just that these help to Jian Wushuang was so small that it was naturally not seen in his eyes. Instead, go straight to the depths. That's where the real spirit opened up. A huge stone bed. There is a trace of the power of all things rising above. It seems to be the natural power of all things mentioned by the true spirit. And above the stone bed, there is a mustard seed suspended. Call! Look, what treasure is there? Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and directly absorbed the mustard seeds into his hand. The moment Nianli penetrated the mustard seeds, the bright light in front of his eyes flickered, then frowned. This is... Jian Wushuang stared at the treasure in the beam of light in surprise, his face full of shock. Beast God's flesh and blood. And it's the flesh and blood of the golden beast god. The golden beast god that can represent space. The flesh and blood of the space beast god. This help to his harmony is simply too great. Jian Wushuang's breathing was a bit heavy. This flesh and blood can not only help him condense the origin of the space, but also help him improve the divine body and even the beast weapon. After thinking of the beast soldier, he directly took off the beast soldier. I have been thinking about letting the true spirit help him restore the full power of the beast weapon. Now it seems that he can do it himself is enough. He had already gathered all the parts of the beast god soldier. On the stone bed, the beast soldier who retreated from Jian Wushuang was floating. From top to bottom, they are the eye of the candle dragon, the blood skull of the candle dragon, the wings of the candle dragon, the inner armor of the candle dragon, the claws of the candle dragon, and the heart of the candle dragon. Plus this flesh and blood. Jian Wushuang suddenly had an idea in his heart. Raising his hand to refine the flesh and blood and instill it into the beasts, a complete skeleton was formed in an instant. Jian Wushuang took out the blood of the 8-clawed beast emperor that had been killed at the beginning of the earth, and the force of life continued to give birth, refining the blood of 10,000 battles into one drop, which fell on the heart of the beast god. Superior, a series of invisible barriers began to be born. It is a complete space, and it is very stable. Sure enough, it's the same as I guessed. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile, looked up at the perfect space. The sword intent in his body kept humming, but he did not integrate directly. This space can be used for reference. He has to comprehend in the space, and then create his own space. Chapter 5634. Once the space is formed, he is only left with Hedao. This time, it is the most primitive space to comprehend. The life force in the body continued to emerge and explode, all of which was input into the inside of the beasts. In this space, the beasts seem to have revived. The lifelike candle dragon wanders in space, complete beasts and soldiers. The origin of it is formed from the nutrients in the flesh and blood, but it is still a little weak now, and it will be necessary for him to slowly accumulate in the future. Jian Wushuang didn't care too much about this. He cares more about this space. Hedao. Ordinary Dao monarchs need to open up space within their origin. It is relatively easy to understand the origin of space in advance. After opening up the space, integrate one's own Tao into the space. Then a powerful source will appear in his space. For example, the primitive universe is a universe where everything is born naturally. There are countless ways inside. If you want to control it, you need your own spatial origin, which is stronger than the origin of the original universe. Space is everything for the emperor, and the emperor only had room for cultivation. Constantly making the space stronger, the emperor's strength will become stronger and stronger. Moreover, after becoming an emperor, he has his own space, which can accommodate everything, and the richness of the foundation is not comparable to that of the Taoist. The reason why Jian Wushuang is so against the sky is not because of his strong background, because he has all things in the extreme, so he is so strong. Every emperor has space, and it can be said that every emperor is similar to Jidao. It's just that the power of all things in their space is too small to be swallowed, and they can only be refined slowly. Jian Wushuang's Jidao is a quick success. After understanding this, Jian Wushuang soon made some adjustments to himself. The sea of origin in the body began to gather continuously. He wants to use countless powers of all things to create an unprecedented space, and then integrate his own kendo into it. The power of all things is transformed by Jidao. In this way, his Jidao will completely disappear, or in other words, his Jidao will be transformed into a space and will accompany him in another posture. Come back! Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the stone bed, beckoning. The soaring candle dragon flew into his body. Click! Tsang! The dark red armor wrapped Jian Wushuang tightly. A single eye, exuding a dark red halo, and there are brown electric arcs flickering around. The origin of the beast god, although still a little weak, but with Jian Wushuang's life force, directly burst out all potential. Before joining the Tao, I didn't expect to refining the beast warriors to perfection. This made Jian Wushuang very surprised and delighted. Before he joined together, he still had an important thing to do. That is the second soul. He wants to leave behind a group of Taoist origins ready to refine the second soul. As long as there is the origin of the Taoist and the continuous life force to nourish it, it will always exist. After he succeeds in harmony, he can go to refine the second soul. At that time, directly refining to become the Emperor's soul, the strength will be even stronger. This is given to him by the true spirit. With the second soul, he can let the deity go to other time and space for adventure. And the second soul stays in the Qixin temple, which is considered to have made 2 preparations. After setting up everything, he began to feel his state of mind, let himself fall into the real cultivation, and maintain his peak state. Overnight, nothing happened. In Jian Wushuang's mind, everything suddenly appeared empty. Distracted thoughts disappeared one after another, replaced by space. A complete space was placed in front of him. "Gather!" Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice. In the Sea of Origin, thunder and lightning flashed. On the sea tornadoes are constantly pouring out. Countless sea water rose into the sky, as if there was a suction in the sky. The Sea of Origin within the body continued to gather power, and a film of enchantment began to appear. Diameter 100,000 miles. A perfect space is being born. This is a pure space. Jian Wushuang has not yet used the power of all things. An ordinary Taoist who can do this step is actually very close to the success of the Tao, the diameter of 100,000 li in the body. Once the connection is successful, it is a second-order emperor. But Jian Wushuang comprehended space in advance, and even elevated the origin of space to the realm of black holes. How could it just give up? Pull! In that miniature space, countless violent powers suddenly burst out. That is the origin of Jian Wushuang's space. The pole is the black hole. Taking the central pole as the scope, the black hole continues to expand. It's just that without the blessing of the power of all things, the black hole expands very slowly. But Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry. Zhan Ling hereby confessed that he shouldn't be anxious. How could he get confused? The meal needs to be eaten bite by bite. He must first completely stabilize the origin of the space, and then expand with the extreme path. The origin of his space has reached the realm of the black hole. Although the expansion is slow, but once it expands, even if there is no extreme way, he can reach the level of the sixth-order emperor in one fell swoop. The prerequisite for becoming a sixth-order emperor is the realm of the black hole. Of course, indigenous people with incomplete origins can reach the sixth-order emperor without reaching the black hole state, and reaching the black hole realm can become the ultimate. However, Jian Wushuang's origin has no flaws. Not only does it have no flaws, it is also very complete, and it can even be said to be abnormal. It is said that the expansion is slow, but in the time of just a stick of incense, that space has turned into 1,000,000 li in size. Moreover, the speed of expansion becomes faster as you get to the back. In the space, for every 100,000 li, a star will appear. Jian Wushuang's space origin has countless stars. Ordinary emperors, the space condensed when they join the Tao, can accommodate a few stars. It is not bad. An elite like tearing the sky, it can hold 100 stars when in general harmony. Going up is the Taoist monarchs who follow 10,000 ways, such as Jiu Taoist and Wanqing Taoist. The strength of these people in Dao Jun is no less than the ultimate Dao Jun, and can generally accommodate tens of thousands of stars. But after arriving at the emperor, the speed of cultivation will become very slow, but in general, there is still some improvement. It's just that the speed is too slow. Firstly, there is no perfect method. Even in the Temple of Qixin, Wanda Oleus inheritance is very small. Also, the Lord of all things has a fairly complete inheritance. But that inheritance is not something that everyone can cultivate. It is still in the Two Mountain, and no one can take it away. Only some fur can be cultivated. Then there is the ultimate way, the ultimate Taoist, the space condensed when we join Tao. The weakest is 50,000. It is more against the sky. It can condense millions of stars to form a galaxy. Even Xinghai. Now the number of stars in Jian Wushuang's space has increased to 10,000. One day passed. The longest part of the harmony is not the condensed space, but the fusion behind it. This time Jian Wushuang joined the Tao, and he went there for 10,000 years or even millions of years. End of this chapter. Chapter 5635. His extreme way is unprecedented, and it takes a long time. 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. Tomb on the mountain. There are only two people who know that Jian Wushuang is in harmony. One is true spirit, and the other is Huiqing. Knowing that Jian Wushuang was in harmony, Huiqing was more anxious than Zhenling. He didn't even have the mind to practice in the cave, but sat quietly on a mountain peak in the public area, swaying to look the mountain and sea. "Inheritor Hui Qing, I want to challenge you." A tender voice came, attracting a lot of eyes. After all, this place is a public area. There are many inheritors. On the Tomb God Mountain, you can challenge at will. Of course, you can choose not to respond. Hui Qing is the first inheritor and has a high status in the Tomb Mountain. No one except the true spirit can call Hui Qing. A little guy dared to jump out to challenge Hui Qing, which made many old inheritors sneer. The immature inheritor is the one who came with Jian Wushuang. Golden Shadow. Hui Qing knew it, and beside Jiang there is a young girl. She is Ji Chaoyang's little niece. Hui Qing's temper was surprisingly good, but it happened to be boring, so she took up the challenge. For a time, countless people were in an uproar. Even on the Tomb Mountain, the previous inheritors have also left the pass, especially the most hostile Backbone Luo. In the top 5, Jian Wushuang didn't know the shock of the outside world. Condensing space, there is never a pause. Now he has contained thousands of stars in his condensed space. Call! It should be the limit. Jian Wushuang gasped. When Hui Qing joined the Tao, there were 8 million stars. Because Hui Qing didn't reach the realm of black holes at the beginning, but only mastered 80% of the black holes. A black hole represents thousands of stars. The origin of Jian Wushuang's space reached the limit of Daojun, and it was a whole black hole. It is no longer possible to condense a second black hole. This is the limit of his current space origin. However, this is not his own limit. He is not only the origin of space, but also the origin of extreme Tao that is even more against the sky. The power of all things through the black hole hits instantly. Jian Wushuang's whole body was trembling. The space in the body expands again. This time has exceeded the scope of a big world. A star represents 100,000 miles. A black hole represents 10 million stars. In the space where Jian Wushuang condensed, 2 black holes rose instantly. In addition to the black holes at the origin of space, there are already 3 black holes. The 4th seat is also slowly staring. In just 1 hour, he added 3 black holes. Jian Wushuang himself was taken aback. Space origin is expanding slowly. After all, the combat power of space origin is still too weak. It's just a simple step from the 5th order emperor to the 6th order. His real trump card is still Jidao, can make him reach the ultimate perfection directly. The eternal changes and the starry sky catalog. This is all with the power of the stars. Unfortunately, the power of the starry sky does not belong to everything. He couldn't condense too much. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to imagine how powerful his space would be. The 7th seat. Jian Wushuang roared, already feeling a trace of pressure. The 7th seat is formed. This time he spent a whole day. Subsequently, the birth of black holes is getting slower and slower. It is contrary to the origin of his space. With the experience of devouring the origin of the universe, Jian Wushuang didn't panic at all. He couldn't calculate the stars in the origin of the universe, but he knew the number of black holes. There are more than 10,000 seats. 10,000 black holes can form a cosmic force. And the Lord of the universe, at least 10 times stronger than the power of a universe, can control the original universe. Therefore, after becoming a tribulation realm, the 3 tribulations realm will generally master the universe and become the Lord of the universe. Of course, there are some who are against the sky, instead of refining the original universe, but creating a universe by themselves. Lift the space in one's body to the universe. This requires agglomeration of thousands of black holes. The power needed is simply massive. Jian Wushuang had never thought that he could condense such a powerful space when he was in harmony. Now, let's do it step by step. Go for 1,000 black holes. If this is known to outsiders, I am afraid that he will be mocked for his ignorance. But Jian Wushuang himself knew that once he used some of the power of the stars, it is really possible for him to reach 1,000 seats or even break through 1,000, because the starry sky is too vast. It carries not only the universe, but also many long rivers of time and space. This time, it took him a full 100 years to exhaust the power of Jidao and condense 76 black holes. This is the pinnacle of the Sixth Order Emperor, and without any power, starry sky, Jian Wushuang's thought power was instantly mobilized. Eternal change. His breath also reached its peak state, the first change in eternity. The breath directly rose to the perfection. This time there was no muddle-headedness. The condensation of black holes is like stars. It broke through 100 in an instant. 200 seats. Jian Wushuang was ecstatic in his heart, and he was almost as expected. Breaking through 1,000 seats, it should be more than rubbing. The space in the body also expands continuously. 600 seats. Jian Wushuang nodded in satisfaction. There are already 600 constellations. Although the power of the starry sky is low, the speed of condensing has not decreased, indicating that it has absorbed less. 800 seats. This time Jian Wushuang was a little uncomfortable, and his heart was beating wildly, because the growth rate is not slow but faster. The time for just a stick of incense has broken through 1,000 seats. This exceeded his expectations. Impossible. Jian Wushuang's eyes rolled round. He himself couldn't believe it. Although the larger the space, the more condensed black holes, the stronger it will be. But he was still a little worried. Worried that I will die. 1,003. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank, and now he stopped praying. He doesn't know whether the state is good or bad. It's almost there. I didn't want to be so strong. 1,008. Jian Wushuang is no longer under control, and the speed of space expansion is even faster. He can't see the end himself. I can't even guess how I will stop. 2,000. Jian Wushuang was completely stupid. 2,000 black holes. This is already the space universe, even beyond the universe. The level of the spatial realm is very clear. 1,000 black holes can almost reach the realm of the universe. 2,000 seats are now considered the peak or even the limit. If it expands further, it will really become a universe. The universe is just a realm. Want to reach the outer space. Tens of thousands of black holes are needed, and within the black holes, a cosmic secret realm must be born. Fortunately, no secret realm has appeared. Jian Wushuang observed carefully. He was really afraid that he would directly open up a universe. Chapter 5636. When the time comes, how can he merge Tao? Although the ultimate way is complete, it is too small compared to a universe. Just like a thin bamboo pole to stir the vast ocean. I don't feel a bit. Wow. The black hole in the center began to rupture. Jian Wushuang held his breath. The next moment, the black hole burst, and the power of all things inside instantly rushed out. A complete mystery was revealed in front of him. Jian Wushuang almost fainted. At this time, the space he condensed had exceeded 4,000 black holes, and still did not stop. He was almost desperate. It looks like it is really going to impact the universe. A Taoist condenses space to join Tao and directly opens up a universe. What does this make those old monsters of the robbery realm think? If he really wanted to open up the universe, Jian Wushuang could be compared to the powerhouse of the three tribulations realm in one step. At that time, the condensed universe is very powerful, but it does not match your ultimate way. This is the failure of the reunion. In the future time and space, he failed in harmony, probably because of this. No. Jian Wushuang shook his head again. He needs to stabilize the Taoist heart. It needs to be calm. No matter what you face, you must be calm. Don't worry. Jian Wushuang had a perfect Tao heart, but in an instant, the tumbling emotions calmed down. This calmness reminded him of the catalogue of the starry sky. Yeah. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed in an instant and cheered in his heart. I still have a Starry Sky catalog. When you are in harmony, you only need to use the Starry Sky catalog. The ultimate kendo will become the Starry Sky kendo, and it will be more powerful. Does the space match up? What a clever life. He should have thought of it long ago. Can use the first change in the past to condense space. He can use the Starry Sky catalog to let the Starry Sky kendo merge into the space. At that time, he might really be able to master the power of the Starry Sky. From the very beginning, the power of thought, the power of the mind, the power of swallowing, the power of all things, and the power of life. Now it is the even more unpredictable power of the Starry Sky. It does not mean that the power of the Starry Sky is inherently stronger than the power of life. Only fit is not fit, just like the power of swallowing. Although Jian Wushuang seldom uses it now, it doesn't mean that the power of swallowing is weaker than the power of all things. In fact, they are not much different. Today's Jian Wushuang is obviously more suitable for mastering the power of the Starry Sky. This kind of power did not evolve from Jidao. It is the power that Jidao stolen through the stars. It is not as simple as turning everything into life force. That's why Jian Wushuang didn't expect it for a while. Thanks to testify. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. The condensed space also stopped at this moment. There are no signs, 5,000 black holes, and a cosmic mystery. This is a semi-finished universe. The consummation powerhouse among the absolute peaks is probably not as powerful as his space. Of course, the ultimate combat power is not only related to the origin, but also more important secrets. Now, Jian Wushuang didn't have the mind to think about this, but set out to prepare for the fusion. A flower exuding endless time and space appeared. The other side flower. The origin contained in the Starry Sky catalog still has time and needs the blessing of this other shore flower. Go! Jian Wushuang threw the other side flower and flew into the center of the space. The flower on the other side is the treasure in the long river of time and space, and it is of great help to the Lord of the universe. This time, he has spent a great price in harmony. Pour out all the treasures to fight for a perfect harmony. Leave no regrets. A total of 5,000 black holes and a cosmic secret. This space is extremely stable. In the future, this is his origin. The more stable, the better. This represents the bottom line. I am afraid that the strong man who has just entered the robbery realm is not as powerful as his space. This hasn't been completely in harmony, and then there is his ultimate way. Flowers. Jian Wushuang's voice was low. In the next moment, the hidden flower burst out with infinite light, overlooking the entire space. Click! Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed, and his eyes suddenly shrank. There are countless cracks in the space. This made Jian Wushuang unexpected. For a while, my mind trembled suddenly. Gather. Fortunately, the Taoist consummation did not make him lose his mind. If there is a crack in the space, then perfect it. All of a sudden, countless treasures flew out and continuously entered his condensed space. But these treasures were instantly swallowed by those black holes when they first entered the space, and the cracks could not be repaired at all. What is this? Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. According to the information he had obtained, it was normal for the space to appear cracks during the meeting, and only needed to be repaired. Why can't it be repaired? Jian Wushuang took out the prepared treasure again and threw it into the space. And the black holes in the mobilization space are all closed. This time, all the treasures turned into a torrent, and the coefficient entered the crack. Just when Jian Wushuang thought it could be repaired, those cracks expanded again. After the flowers of the other shore bloomed, they disappeared completely, falling into countless cracks. At the core, 9 huge gaps burst. Jian Wushuang's breathing became quicker. Countless small cracks overlooked the entire space. It's over. Jian Wushuang was a little desperate. Cracks that cannot be repaired. The space is not complete, and it is too difficult to integrate the ultimate way. Ji Dao helps to evolve the space, and the ultimate Dao is merged into it. Even if he succeeds in harmony, the cracks that appear now cannot be repaired. That also means that his strength will continue to be lost. This is exactly the same as what will happen in the future. Repeat the same mistakes. No. Jian Wushuang's eyes burst, instantly raising his aura to the peak, because in the condensed space his strength directly climbed to the level of the tribulation realm. He is not reconciled. How can such a powerful space be given up? Those cracks can't stop him. He will fight to the death and forcibly integrate the ultimate way into it. Anxious. He was really anxious this time. He couldn't bear the consequences of the failure of Hedao. Even if Dao Xian is perfect, he is very anxious. Starry Sky Catalog. Jian Wushuang shouted angrily, and a divine sword made from its origin descended, with the power of the starry sky above it, directly piercing into the cracked space. With the burst of breath, O Khonshu, calm caused Jian Wushuang to suffer a violent backlash, vomiting blood, and his origin was trembling. The originally powerful 50,000 times divine body had already begun to break. Looking down at the crack on his body, Jian Wushuang's heart was cut like a knife. Fusion failed. The divine sword made by the ultimate source pierced into the space and then burst. During a brief period of surprise, Jian Wushuang's mood slowed down a bit. That is, in such a moment, Jian Wushuang saw a scene of the past in a daze. There is a starry sky. There are also cracks in the endless starry sky. The savage encountered in the starry sky had cracks in his body. End of this chapter. Chapter 5637. No. Jian Wushuang shook his head, looked at the space suddenly, and exclaimed, "This is not a crack!" Among the 9 huge cracks and countless small cracks, there are still white cracks that are not big or small. That is the appearance of the long river of time and space. At this moment, Jian Wushuang understood. He is a condensed space. This is a description of the starry sky. The sword that was just now was hit crookedly, and the space began to undergo tremendous changes at this time. The original 3-dimensional space has become a catalog. The space in the catalog has evolved into an endless starry sky. It's dark. There was pitch black in front of Jian Wushuang's eyes, and he could only see a small spot where was his original space. There are 5,000 black holes and a cosmic secret realm inside. As for the crack, it is reflected in the starry sky. His condensed space illuminates the starry sky. Successful. Jian Wushuang shouted in disbelief. I made it. He clenched his fists with both hands and suddenly exploded. His strength instantly rose to an unprecedented level. That power made him full of confidence. The power of the starry sky is almost infinite. The power of life is 10,000 times stronger than before. Jian Wushuang at this time, the strength is almost endless because he can mobilize the power of a starry sky. After the joy, Jian Wushuang began to look at the original space in his body. Or it can be said to be the original starry sky. After entering, it is the space he personally condensed, which is considered a semi-finished universe. All around it was pitch black. There were only cracks, which he could clearly see. In other areas, he needs to continue to be strong to be able to light up. He can't even light up a universe now. I don't know when he will be able to light up a whole starry sky, or light up a small long river of time and space. Now he saw the long river of time and space, which was dark gold, containing the power of time and space, but there was no universe. His semi-finished universe is even more unremarkable. It's time to leave. Jian Wushuang's origin clone stayed in the origin star sky, while the deity returned to the flesh. Hedao was completely successful. From then on, he was the emperor. And his name has to be changed. He is no longer the invincible Dao Jun, but the invincible monarch. Now, Jian Wushuang. How powerful he is. Even he himself doesn't know. Call! With a suffocating breath, Jian Wushuang ushered in the long-lost ease. I can finally take a breath. Time has continued to urge him to be strong, and now he has finally reached the Emperor. The most difficult combination has succeeded. Only the opportunity of the robbery is left. Now that he has just broken through the Emperor, his original realm has soared directly to the realm of the universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to condense a semi-finished universe. Mahayana space universe. The pinnacle secret, the starry sky, it has also been perfected. All that is left is to complete the space and master the time. When he was in Dao Jun, although he did not get the recognition of the origin of time, he was able to mobilize a trace of the origin of time when he displayed the catalogue of the starry sky. I believe it will not take long before he will be recognized by the origin of time. But the prerequisite is that he wants the space to reach completion. The perfect space is actually the universe. An ordinary emperor with 3,600 black holes can form the universe. 1,000 black holes have already reached the realm of the universe. As for Jian Wushuang's space and universe, I am afraid that it needs tens of thousands of black holes or even more. Now that I just broke through and not in a hurry. Tribulation is not so easy. Combining the path and becoming the turning point of the robbery can be regarded as a watershed. The difficulty of the two is equal, but every opportunity that becomes a robbery is the same degree of difficulty. This is different from Hadao. Right now, there are still many areas to improve, so there is no need to be so anxious. His divine body, as well as the origin of space, all need to be improved. And the treasure of time and space, he can observe more now. It used to be just able to observe some sized chess pieces. Now I can finally observe the font size of the generals. Wow. Before Jian Wushuang's eyes, a magnificent chessboard suddenly appeared. There are many chess pieces in the upper part, but there are only 360 chess pieces in the general size. There are only 72 pieces of handsome size. There are only 9 chess pieces of god size. How strong and weak. The first true king at the time was nothing more than a general name. And the first true king can be a powerhouse in the 5 tribulations realm. The handsome chess pieces on the top are probably the weakest ones from the origin of the 6 tribulations realm. Where did these chess pieces come from? Jian Wushuang was a little curious. One pointed out, wanting to peek at the chess pieces of the general size. But a huge suction force allowed Jian Wushuang's breath to enter the chessboard. A vortex suddenly condensed over the chessboard. Jian Wushuang's breath also turned into a trace of origin, and he was finally fixed in the of the soldier. At this moment, he completely understood. These chess pieces originally came from this way. But if this were the case, wouldn't the first owner suffer a lot? At that time, I am afraid that there are no chess pieces on the board. This is the super treasure that teacher Xian left to him, and he naturally devoted more thoughts and doubts. Now that he has become an emperor, he can only manipulate it in front of him, and he is constantly groping. It can be regarded as relaxation after Hadao, after constant exploration. Especially after reading the chess record of the first true king, he finally figured out the manipulation technique of this treasure. Get up! Jian Wushuang pointed out, carefully controlling a pawn-sized chess piece. After the chess piece was difficult to place, the internal origin began to rush out, and then transformed into a shadow of the origin in a hat. And the breath on his body is at least the pinnacle. It was much stronger than the 9-clawed Beast King back then. Master, see you with a respectful figure in Ini. Jian Wushuang nodded, quite satisfied. Next, he continued to revive those pawn-sized chess pieces. According to the introduction in the chess book of the first true king, if you have the power of the robbery, you can turn on the sized chess pieces. The first true king at the time was able to summon more than a dozen chess pieces when he was consummated. Among them, the most powerful chess piece is already comparable to the first true king who was an emperor at the time. Enabling recovery is also very simple. Okanshu, calm is the power to manipulate the chessboard. Of course, there is another important point, and it is also very difficult for others. that is the power of life. But this pair of Jian Wushuang is the simplest. His current vitality is more than enough to illuminate the font size, but the power to manipulate the chessboard is still a bit too weak. Now he can't even manipulate the soldier's name and can't do whatever he wants. It also needs constant temptation. Don't worry about this. Put it into the origin star sky. Let the clone slowly explore it. The deity is the beginning of the cultivation of the divine body, the sixth layer of the divine body. Start to improve on the basis of 50,000 times. The large amount of divine body treasures he had obtained earlier was completely used up at this moment. Chapter 5638 turned out to be a bit disappointing. The final freeze frame was about 60,000 times. That is, the countless treasures he has collected is only 60,000 times. Among the absolute tops, this can only be regarded as an introduction, let alone the robbery. There's no divine body that is 80,000 times larger, and it is simply not enough to match the tribulation realm. In some universes that cultivate divine bodies, there are some extreme generations who directly abandon their roots to cultivate divine bodies. What I want is that pure and terrifying supernatural power. Jian Wushuang has also seen some divine body practitioners in the tribulation realm in some ancient books. Is a method obtained from other time and space. It has the most perfect divine body refining method, which can make the body rise very quickly, and the increase is also a lot. But it's hard to get it. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang has beast soldiers. Now his basic divine body is 60,000 times. Once he casts a full-body beast weapon, he himself can't imagine how powerful it will be. Last step, the second soul. Jian Wushuang looked at the origin contained in the corner, hooked it, and took advantage of the catalysis of Gyuda's heart. A pain of tearing consciousness made him grin. Lasted for almost an hour, and the second soul succeeded. A figure exactly like Jian Wushuang stood opposite him. I have seen the deity. I have seen the second soul. When Jian Wushuang leaked a smile, the other's face also leaked a smile, because they are all one. Wow! Jian Wushuang took out a set of top eternal treasures and handed it to the second soul. Also took out a lot of basic treasures, handed them to the second soul, and then put the opponent into the original starry sky. The current second soul, although he is the emperor, but his strength is probably a little weak, still need a lot of treasures to invest. But the second soul, long-term sitting in the Tomb Mountain, but can easily obtain a lot of treasures. Exit. Jian Wushuang directly stood up. The surrounding breath vibrated, then returned to peace. Even the space couldn't sense Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang had already left the cave. Mountain and sea. The waves are rough. A shadow of a figure appeared above. The true spirit was the first to find out and set off directly. After seeing Jian Wushuang's breath change, he suddenly leaked out of joy and said, Okay, very good. The success of Jian Wushuang Hadao has caused the entire foundation of the Temple of Qixin to rise a lot. How can we not make the true spirit happy? Master, true spirit. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Huiqing, who has been observing here, also discovered that his exit, turned into a streamer, arrived in an instant, but Bai Jinling was a little slow. Congratulations, Wushuang brother. Huiqing hurried forward to congratulate. It took Jian Wushuang 100,000 years to join the Tao this time. The time is neither long nor short. Go back and say it. Zhanling waved his big hand, and an aura wrapped the two of them to the top of the Tomb God Mountain in an instant. The three of them sat in a circle. Jian Wushuang fooled around the experience of Hadao and then began to ask the true spirit's plan. Now, Jian Wushuang, there is no need to stay in the Temple of Qixin, only to go out. But the outside world, with the strength of extinction, a half-step 7 tribulation realm, although it has been assimilated with the Temple of Destruction. But who knows if it can come out again? At the beginning, the opponent broke God and entered Morua time and space. Jian Wushuang would naturally not take this risk, even if he was confident now. Zhenling would not let him out, so I can only go to other time and space. However, I originally planned to let Jian Wushuang go alone, but now Jian Wushuang proposed to bring a group of people to go together. This makes the real spirit very embarrassed. The current situation is not optimistic. It's a trivial matter that there is not enough manpower to deploy a group of super inheritors. After these people have achieved success, it will be a bigger matter not to come back. This matter, I still need to think about it again. Zhenling was a bit older for a while. Jian Wushuang saw this and couldn't say much. He could only nod his head. Hui Qing on the side but hesitated. If so, he is ready to go to the long river of time and space. Seeing Hui Qing's appearance, Zhenling also understood. The three of them were speechless one after another. In the end, Jian Wushuang broke the deposit, changed the subject, and said, Master True Spirit, my second soul, is going to stay in the Temple of Qixin and practice on Tomb God Mountain. I thought, I can't press the treasures together, don't you think? Zhenling rolled his small eyes, wondering what he was thinking about, but he didn't care about Jian Wushuang's second soul. The heart demon thing, do you see? Jian Wushuang heard the demon in his heart, only to remember that the other party was still suppressed by him, waved his hand and took out the heart demon directly. I was negligent. Jian Wushuang touched his head with some embarrassment. The heart demon should be very important to the true spirit. The original extinction took away 10,000 demons, blood demons, and mountain monarchs. Presumably the mind demon is also very important to extinction. Gu, let me out. The heart demon in the bottle yelled continuously after discovering the outside world. When he saw the true spirit, he couldn't help but shrank and didn't dare to yell again. Jian Wushuang unplugged the cork and released the demons. The heart demon stood on the spot, staring at the three of them cautiously. He found that he couldn't beat any of them, especially the real spirit gave him the feeling like an ocean. Jian Wushuang is a black hole. Hui Qing is more like an ancient tree with no waves on average. I agreed to your request, and then... Jian Wushuang stared at the other party and said playfully, Demon is the evil thoughts that people breed, naturally smooth and extremely smooth. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, he waved his hands and said with a smile, A few adults, the younger ones just feel a little bored, or I will go in again. Said that the inner demon wanted to get into the bottle again, but Jian Wushuang pinched his neck and pulled him over. Master True Spirit, this boy, it seems that I don't know the matter of extinction. Jian Wushuang said calmly. The heart demon was in his hands, and he didn't dare to move at all. After True Spirit heard his words, Yu read the book WWW. Okanshu, calm for a moment, then looked at the heart demon, coldly said, You don't know extinction, you should always know the wind demon. Where is he? I know where the wind demon is. The heart demon replied honestly. He was with the Demon King, and he was suppressed to the primitive universe. Jian Wushuang saw that the other party cooperated before letting go. Who? The heart demon crawls on the ground. The atmosphere does not dare to take a breath. Knowing that Feng Mo was down, Zhenling shook his head. In the outside world there is no way, but it can overwhelm the demons. Then Shanjun can no longer become a perfect body. The three true kings, Demon Lord, Ancient Lord, Mountain Lord. The Demon Lord was suppressed in the primitive universe, and the Ancient Lord couldn't get out of purgatory for a while. The only variable is Shanjun. This is also the reason why the true spirit targets the Mountain King everywhere. Knowing this, Jian Wushuang was also speechless. I wanted to pull Shanjun a hand. It seems that there is no chance now. Chapter 5639. Don't know if there is any chance in the future. Is really going to meet, he will also repay. After all, he was kind to him. Can't forget, Hui Qing is in the mist while listening. Fortunately, Hui Hui Qing has a simple personality and didn't think much about it. Okay, you just succeeded in joining the road. Take a good rest, and let Hui Qing take you to some places in Tumshan Mountain. After a while, I still need your help. As for the passage to other time and space, it will be fundamental for a while. Can't build it the layout needed. Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing got up at the same time to retire, and then left together. Said it was fun, but in fact it was just to practice. Tumshan Shan has many dojos. The dojos of the 3 major gods are all here. And the dojo of the gods is just the dojo of the gods, still in a closed state. The dojo of the 3 great gods is actually opened. But you need to reach the 55th floor before you can practice. Brother Wushuang, I will take you to the public area first. You need a token to be able to practice in the Tomb Mountain. Hui Qing explained. Actually, it is similar to the Yuan Lao Palace. Best, but too harsh for most of the inheritors. So many people went to the Senate Palace. Jian Wushuang nodded, agreeing with Hui Qing's words. Tomb Shinshan was created. I am afraid it is to leave a batch of the most peak inheritors. As for the mediocre, it is regarded as elite and slowly cultivated. The 2 figures have arrived at the foot of the Tomb Mountain, Thunder Island, an island on a mountain. Sounds fantastic, but it is a fact, because there is still a part of the Tomb Mountain which is condensed by seawater. There is an island in the sea which is normal. The island is also very lively. 100,000 years have passed, and I don't know how many more inheritors have come here. It's just getting less every time. The first generation of inheritors. I am afraid that there will be no new blood after a long time. But the second generation inheritors have grown up in the outside world, and some with good aptitudes have been brought into the temple of Qishan. But after coming in, I came directly to the tomb, Sacred Mountain. There was no screening or any training. You only need to practice on the tomb, Sacred Mountain for 10,000 years. Those who have the strength can continue to stay, and those who are not strong enough are sent out. But this second-generation inheritor, the threshold for entering the Temple of Qishan is very high. First of all, absolute loyalty is required, and the oath of origin is taken. Then there is potential. The ultimate way, of course, there is no need to say more. But after all, the number of ultimate Tao is very small, and most of them are the second-rank original Tao, and some Tao monarchs of the mutated origin. Only by cultivating these people continuously can we screen out enough seedlings for the future tribulation realm. Go here. Hui Qing led the way. On the way, many people stared at Hui Qing, and many people even whispered, "He is Hai Qing." Yes, the contemporary Tomb Mountain, the first inheritor, has reached the 60th floor. His strength is terrifying, and he is also the first inheritor. A white-robed boy with fairly good strength, with a look of admiration, added, "He is also the pride of our primitive universe, and he is also the #1 power in the world of the Buddha." These words suddenly made many of the powerhouses of the primordial universe look even brighter. There are only a few inheritors from the world of Tongtian Buddhism. There are only a few in total, but only the white-robed young man is here. Also only entered the Tomb Mountain in the last 10,000 years. Most of these inheritors are Taoists, and only a few are emperors. Some practitioners did not show up when they were a Taoist monarch, but after becoming an emperor, they shined brightly, so that the Tomb Mountain also recruited many emperor inheritors. Hui Qing didn't pay much attention to these eyes and those words. Jian Wushuang joked on the side, "Hui Qing, I didn't expect you to be so famous." Brother Wushuang was joking. It's just a fake name. Senior Shang broke through a few days ago and is now on the 60th floor. Hui Qing said back. Shang's breakthrough made Jian Wushuang's expression move. Is a candidate. If the true spirit agreed to him, he could take Shang into consideration. I'm afraid that even if he doesn't think about it, if he really wants to agree, Jinling will arrange for the business to go with him. Shang is their first ultimate emperor in this long river of time and space, and is also the first inheritor of the Tomb Mountain for the longest time. after being briefly surpassed by Huiqing, broke through again and now reached the 60th floor. I'm afraid it's almost a disaster. Huiqing may still need some time, but the background of Shang is much deeper than that of them. After all, before they were born, Shang was already a fifth-order emperor, came to the Tomb Sacred Mountain, and in a short time he became a sixth-order emperor, and he directly and seamlessly entered to the top, and then he was fighting the half-step tribulation realm Fuego. No matter what the calculation is, the opponent will be the inheritor who breaks through the disaster realm the fastest. In addition to Shang, Jian Wushuang is very interested in the more famous ultimate emperors on the Tomb Mountain, especially the Light and Shadow Emperor, who is in the same batch with them, is now in the Tomb Sacred Mountain, and it is also in the top 5. There are also the Tongtian Buddha and Zemyang. These people have a good background. The potential is not small, especially Zemyang and Tongtian Buddha. The source of the two is not the ultimate, but it is the source of variation, can be in the same rank, not weak to the ultimate emperor, is even bigger than that. Today's Tomb Mountain, but there are hundreds of ultimate emperors. Zhan Wuyang and Tongtian Buddha can rank in the top 10, but they are not beyond most of the ultimate emperors, is also the ultimate emperor. Some of them are more alternative, such as monsters like Huiqing or Shang, an old monster who has practiced endless years, has a terrifying background. It is the two of Guangying and the backbone. It is not easy to enter the top 10 among a crowd of monsters. Thinking of this, within a short while, the two of them arrived outside a hall for 100 years. Desolate, ancient palace. Jian Wushuang looked up and read the words on the plaque silently. This deserted ancient, he didn't know whether it represented the deserted ancient of Morwa time and space, or because of the deserted master. Brother Wushuang, this deserted ancient temple is the Pepsi Hall on the Tomb God Mountain. The inheritor accepts the task, or the new inheritor must come here first. Huiqing pointed to the hall and explained to Jian Wushuang. At this time, there happened to be a guardian and an envoy from the Vermilion Bird Hall who entered the hall. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang and two of them also walked in with them. These inheritors are numerous, exceeding 100,000. There are many emperors among them. Jian Wushuang knew that this should have been searched from the outside world. Just came to study for a period of time. I guess I won't stay for too long. Inheritors of this scale, I'm afraid it will take hundreds of millions of years for such a batch to come. The long line of 100,000 people is not crowded at all in the hall. Chapter 5640. Mingming Hall is so big, but it seems to be able to accommodate countless people. The spatial structure in this one may only be discovered when it reaches the cosmic realm. And in the temple at this time, only Jian Wushuang and Huiqing had this strength. As for the guardian, he cannot be regarded as a person. The two walked directly to the front counter, ignoring the new inheritors. My lord, are they the inheritors of this place? Many people in the team were very curious. Perhaps they had listened to the legend of the Temple of God from the time they were born, and of course they were very curious when they came in for the first time. Among these people, there are also several people who have passed on from generation to generation. They came from the outside world, and now they are returning, but there is nothing unusual about them. When I saw Huiqing, there was respect in his eyes besides envy. Hearing those little guys inquiring, he quickly interrupted. Don't be rude. This place is the Tomb Mountain. They are your uncle, let alone that existence, but the first inheritor of the contemporary Tomb Mountain. The first inheritor? It's too strong. Is the great Emperor Wanqing? Someone asked curiously. The words have made the first-generation inheritor leak a wry smile. Wanqing the Great is also the 10,000-star emperor, and now he has a supreme existence. To command a universe, power and strength are the peaks. Many of these little guys are from the 10,000-star universe, and naturally they highly respect the strength of 10,000 stars and think that the great Emperor Wanqing is the strongest existence in the Tomb Sacred Mountain. This You have to ask Wanqing yourself. After getting the token, Jian Wushuang glanced at some of the tasks above. Most of them are the long-term tasks of the outside world. There are few missions in the 4 secret realms, and some are also auxiliary missions. There is no danger at all. These tasks are open to the inheritors. Those little guys from the outside world don't need to accept them. They only need to honestly practice in the Tomb Mountain for thousands of years. Where are you going now? Jian Wushuang asked. Hui Qing pointed to a copper furnace outside. Ordinary inheritors, now they need to temper their bodies. Brother Wushuang doesn't need to go. Just go climbing. Temper the flesh. Jian Wushuang really didn't have this need. His physical body was extremely powerful, and he was refined to the 10th chain in Shanjin's universe copper furnace. Has reached perfection. As for climbing the mountain mentioned by you, Hui Qing, Jian Wushuang understands. This is something that all inheritors must do. The height to climb is also the standard for resource allocation in the future. Now, Jian Wushuang's strength. I dare not say much. The 60th floor is easy. I just don't know. I can reach the 60 or so floors. According to the division, the Lord of the Universe can reach the 70th floor, is the level of the powerhouse of the 3 tribulations realm, and still masters the 3 tribulations realm of the universe. The 80 floor is the 5th order realm. 90 floor is the 6 tribulations realm. On the 99 floor, he reached the strength comparable to the 7 tribulations realm. If you surpass the 99 floor and all break through, you will be a real powerhouse in the 7 tribulations realm. At the beginning, this Tomb Mountain was established. I am afraid it is to find a successor who can reach the powerhouse of the 7 tribulations realm. 7 tribulation realm powerhouse. No matter what time and space they are in, they are absolute hegemons. The of the original is even more comparable to the powerhouse of the 8 tribulations realm. That kind of strength is even more terrifying. No wonder. Even the extinction is honest and dare not do anything. After breaking the gods, the strength of extinction was frozen in the half-step 7 tribulation realm, but it was too arrogant. Maybe it's because of calculations. Otherwise, there is nothing wrong with the gods. Before the rise of the gods, killing the gods, wouldn't it be better to control the original Morua time and space? Or is it because of the calculation to the present I feel that Morua time and space can't come out to master the power of life? Is possible. Everything is possible. Jian Wushuang stood at the bottom of the mountain, looking up at the top. Hui Qing also stood aside and said, "This mountain climbing is not dangerous and there is no opponent. You just need to release your breath and walk forward. However, after reaching the 55th floor, if you want to open up a cave, you will encounter guardian beasts. The strength is a bit strong." Desolate beast? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, so that Hui Qing could say something strong, which should be interesting. Opening up the cave and encountering the guardian of the desolate beast. If you reach the 80th floor, when opening up the cave, wouldn't it mean that you will encounter the desolate beast of the robbery? But the current temple of Qixin. Apart from purgatory, there is no catastrophe. Zhuangzhong was also thrown into the long river of time and space by the real spirit. Could it be said that a lot of robbery beasts have been suppressed here? If so, he could make a fortune this time. The whole body of the wild beast is precious. Flesh and flesh can refine essence and blood to replenish the origin of his beasts. The skeleton can increase his divine body, and it is a great tonic. And the origin of the beast, although barbarous, the rules above are somewhat interesting, is also a treasure. But he is now the emperor and ordinary beasts can't get stuck. At least he needs to have the desolate beast with the power of the robbery realm before he can appreciate it. Let's start on the 60th floor. I will come as soon as I go. It should be soon. Then he walked directly up the stairs of the Tomb Mountain. Hui Qing is left alone, looking forward to it. At this time, there are also many people on the stairs. Many people are even opening up caves. Although there are no desert beasts in the opening of the cave below the 55th floor, The structure of the tomb mountain is unusually tough, and the overall quality exceeds the eternal treasure. It's not that simple to open a cave. Even if the quality of Yamashita is not good, it will take years to develop. Many inheritors are below the 55th floor. There are very few people above 50 floors. In the Emperor, to reach the 55th floor, you need absolute strength. But the absolute weakness of the weakness is not enough. Even if it is Wuzhua, I am afraid it can only reach the point where it is in the early 50s. After all, there are many ultimate emperors, and they are not the absolute pinnacle of mutation origin. Thinking of this, Sukanshu, calm Jian Wushuang, is a little puzzled. How did Qixin accept such an apprentice Wuzhua in the first place? Even if it is a named disciple, it is too sloppy. The strength can be seen in ordinary extreme peaks, but in Tomb Sacred Mountain it is average. Besides, I have been practicing for such a long time without any improvement. Throwing away these distracting thoughts, Jian Wushuang took a step forward. His aura reached the 50th floor without even reaching the normal state. In just a few breaths, Jian Wushuang directly reached the 50th floor. You must know that there are only dozens of people who have reached the 55th floor of the inheritors on the Tomb Mountain. After all, the time for practice is very short. Can reach the 55th floor, that is not the strong one among the best. Jian Wushuang boarded in just one step. Except for Huiqing, countless people at the bottom looked at Jian Wushuang with disbelief. Who is he, and how can he be so strong? The absolute powerhouse who opened up the cave on the 55th floor. After feeling the familiar aura at this time, he broke the barrier in an instant. When I saw Jian Wushuang, there was no surprise. Chapter 5641. You can be regarded as a good way. The speaker is Zhan Wuyang, but this is just a Dharma body of Zhan Wuyang. The deity should be in the long river of time and space outside. After Jian Wushuang saw his acquaintance, he nodded slightly, did not say much, and planned to open the cave directly. There are more than a dozen cave houses on the 50th floor at this time. Of course, some cave houses have been deserted. Some of the strong people who reached the 55th floor have already broken through and reached a higher position. Found that Jian Wushuang opened a cave on the 50th floor. Huiqing below was a little surprised. With his eyes he can see Jian Wushuang's strength, and he is by no means weaker. Can reach at least the 60th floor. There is no need to waste time on the 50th floor. But then he understood. A desolate beast with perfect consummation rushed out of the Tomb God Mountain in an instant. Seems to have been suppressed for countless years. It just appeared, the aura on the body suddenly skyrocketed, an unmatched power appeared, and the shocking power made many of the inheritors below look pale. The strength of this barren beast can definitely rank in the top 10 in the Tomb Mountain. Zhan Wuyang's expression was trembling when he felt the breath, and he couldn't help but reminded. Be careful! This barren beast is not simple. It is very likely that it has broken through its strength when suppressed. When he first opened up the cave on the 55th floor, he didn't encounter such a powerful beast. The strength of this barren beast is even stronger than his deity. Can only say that Jian Wushuang's luck is a bit bad. He thought that Jian Wushuang opened up the cave on the 55th floor, and his strength only reached the 55th floor, but he knew what Jian Wushuang really thought. Now, Jian Wushuang not only yearns for treasures, but also improves himself, is more eager to fight life and death. What a pity everyone on Tomb God Mountain can fight. If Zhuangzhong is the strong man in the robbery realm, he can try his own strength. Facing this desolate beast, Jian Wushuang didn't even pull out the Jueyun sword behind him. He flashed to the desolate beast's side instantly. There was no change in the aura on his body, just a hand knife, directly piercing the desolate beast's body. The power brought by this hand knife exploded from the inside, directly exploding the entire body of the desolate beast. Jian Wushuang was also taken aback by his own sword. The strength had just broken through, and he couldn't grasp it for a while, but the opponent burst out with one blow. Fortunately, He has the power to swallow, and with one hand he condenses the burst of flesh and blood into a ball. 10,000 battle-sized wild beasts turned into a drop of blood in a blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang took advantage of the trend and included him in the Beast Warrior. The origin within the Beast Warrior is once again stronger. Although today's beasts have reached the perfect body, the internal origin is still a bit weak, and it has not reached the origin of the universe. Therefore, it is necessary to continuously devour the blood beasts to improve. This. Zhan Wuyang stared at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. The fight just now was too fast. Even Zhan Wuyang didn't see any changes in Jian Wushuang, and the wild beast completely fell. That was an ancient barren beast that was a bit stronger than his deity, so it was solved. That Jian Wushuang's strength, how terrifying! Jian Wushuang saw the stunned Jin Wang. He leaked a smile, raised his hand slightly, and said, "See you soon." After finishing speaking, a flash of body has reached the 51st floor. Then the cave was opened up layer by layer, and the beasts that had been beheaded also vaguely entered his beast weapon. 60 floors. So far, the highest level among all the inheritors on the Tomb God Mountain. This news instantly detonated all the inheritors on the Tomb God Mountain to come and watch. The merchants who couldn't even get out of retreat also walked out of the cave. When they saw Jian Wushuang, they didn't speak. The two just nodded to each other. On the 54th floor, a strong man covered in white bones also walked out of the cave, raised his head and stared at Jian Wushuang above, with a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. He is the top 3 superpower house in the Tomb Mountain. The space has reached the cosmic realm, and he has created a unique pinnacle of knowledge. Is the ultimate emperor of the bones. Before Hui Qing joined the road, only Shang could crush him. But he doesn't care because Shangben is the Tomb Mountain where the ultimate emperor comes, and he has been practicing for a lot longer than him. He is confident that he will surpass Shang in the future, but later Hui Qing succeeded in joining together and instantly caught up with him. After returning from the human world, he directly became an absolute powerhouse, surpassing Shang in one era. This made him feel the unprecedented pressure, so that the disputes in the outside world are ignored, and he is practicing with all his heart. The universe named after him in his hometown was breached by the Temple of Destruction, but he still couldn't get out of the barrier. Now someone has surpassed him again, and his heart is shaking. Is Jian Wushuang, the invincible Taoist once. Just as he joined the road, he was going to get the name of an invincible emperor. The Light and Shadow Emperor, who is ranked 4th, looks like a shadow in a dark area, and also raises his head to stare at Jian Wushuang. It's just that his Tao Xian hasn't changed in any way. Because of his heart, he always believes that light and shadow will obscure time and space, and that he will be the real superpower in the future. In addition to these top-level super inheritors, there are also many ordinary inheritors who have just arrived at the Tomb Mountain. Their eyes are full of envy and yearning. Reached the 60th floor of the Tomb Mountain, has the strength to cross the entire time and space. The number 1 powerhouse in the outside world is the Azure Dragon Palace Master. The strength is only 60 levels. Of course, if you really talk about combat power, I am afraid that Zhuangzhong is the real number 1. After all, is a strong robbery realm. It's just that Zhuangzhong didn't show up, but kept sitting in a dangerous place. Shocked the Temple of Destruction. This is more useful than conquest. If it is a conquest, it can destroy the Temple of Destruction. These inheritors have already left. If you really want to take action in the Tribulation Realm, I am afraid that extinction will also take action. In other words, there are other means of extinction which can create battle power in the Tribulation Realm. You reading www.okanshu.com. After all, the power of that holy water is too terrifying. 60 layers of combat power. The entire long river of time and space can reach this standard, except for those outside the territory. No more than 5 people. Broly is not Azure Dragon's opponent. He shouldn't reach this level yet. Now there are 3 people on the Tomb God Mountain plus himself. Jiang Shang from the outside world also has this strength, even surpassing the 60th floor, plus the Green Dragon Palace Lord. Exactly 5 people. This kind of powerful combat power, even if it goes to some powerful time and space, it is also a top powerhouse. In the original Morrowind time and space, although there were a large group of Tribulation Realms and even many Lords of the Universe, but fights rarely occur, and most of them are dominated by emperors. Like Jian Wushuang's strength at the beginning, how could he be a general? And it was still very advanced. Because of the strength of the magic sound general and others, they're strong and weak. 60 floors, really extraordinary. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. At this moment, he felt a sense of exhaustion. Chapter 5642. That is the force of the rules of Tomb Mountain suppressing him. Now he wanted to see how powerful the desolate beasts at this level were. The origin of the beasts is almost the same. The distance to reach the origin level of the universe is only a desolate beast with the power of a catastrophe. Just on the 59th floor, the barren beast he encountered had an attack comparable to the Tribulation Realm. But this is not enough. It's just comparable to the attack. The key is that the strongest move is comparable to the robbery realm. If it is really a robbery desolate beast, any random move is the strongest blow of the desolate beast just now. In terms of strength, there is a huge difference. Pinnacle, the corners of his mouth raised when he was really inspired by the scene. A trace of thought power, manipulating the Tomb Mountain, awakened a real catastrophe beast. It was a good sale to Jian Wushuang, and he also asked Jian Wushuang. It's a good thing. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, and he also found a breath, quietly appearing. This time, before he went to open the cave mansion, a wild beast appeared, probably because of the real spirit. An inconspicuous stone is cracking on the 60th floor of Tumshan Mountain. The size of the stone is only a few steps long and wide. It's not a big deal. But at the next moment, the stone cracked and an orc with long head and feet rushed out. Sure enough, it was almost the same as Jian Wushuang thought. The desolate beast in front of him is no longer a desolate beast, but a murderer. Frozen demon race. Jian Wushuang stared at the opponent's appearance, thinking of a monster he had seen in Morrowind time and space. That is the time and space of Morrowind, the overlord group of the ancient times. Although it is the overlord, but the number is very rare, even less than the special life. No more than 10,000 heads in total. But birth is the earth immortal. Adult is the emperor. Without any constraints, it is easier to break through. He has seen portraits of each other in books. You are freezing the demon race. The little murderer, a little surprised Jian Wushuang could recognize him, asked in surprise. Jian Wushuang said indifferently, I knew it by chance. It belongs to that era now. Why can't I feel the movement of the long river of time and space? The small murderer with the sharp horns of the elder raised his head and looked at the void sky, somewhat puzzled. Jian Wushuang didn't bother to explain, but replied casually, Beat me, you will know. Ha ha ha. Your breath is too weak. Isn't it too easy to defeat you? Try it. Jian Wushuang did it directly. He arrived behind the opponent in an instant, and the speed was so fast that he didn't even see the business close to him very clearly. Only Hui Qing, who returned to the 60th floor, saw the moment Jian Wushuang flashed. Speed has merged with time. Jian Wushuang's speed surpassed the emperor too much. Others can't see it, and it's normal. Those inheritors above the 55th floor could still see Jian Wushuang's methods at first. But at this time they discovered that their consciousness could not keep up with Jian Wushuang's changes. Jian Wushuang, who came to the back of the fierce beast, struck out a punch, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't even turn around, and then caught his punch with his back. This surprised Jian Wushuang very much. With this strength, I am afraid I will be able to know the truth soon. The little fierce beast suddenly turned his head, opened his brown lips, and instantly blurted out a violent force. directly facing Jian Wushuang. Because of being caught, Jian Wushuang couldn't hide at all, so he could only resist this move. Boom! An attack directly burst the mountain that was comparable to the eternal treasure. Jian Wushuang, the nearest one, disappeared in the billowing smoke. A cold sweat appeared on Hui Qing's forehead, and the next moment he felt a familiar breath. Just above the sky, looking up, it was Jian Wushuang, a dark red armor covering the whole body. Above the battle armor, there is still a trace of power that has just been destroyed. Click! Jian Wushuang leaked his appearance, stared at the murderer below, and asked, "You are in a few catastrophes. It can be resisted." The little murderer was very surprised. After seeing the treasure on Jian Wushuang, his eyes shrank and he was shocked. "Beast God Soldier! Do you know each other?" This time it was Jian Wushuang's turn to be surprised. The other party knew the Beast God Soldier. I am afraid that he had some reputation in Morwa time and space. Although the frozen demon race did not come back later, it was also a super race. The little murderer gritted his teeth and stared at Jian Wushuang viciously and said, "It's hard not to know the seat. At the beginning, someone used the beast god weapon to attack my frozen demon race and kill my people. It's true to look at the other person, and hatred is not small. My ancient temple, I will avenge the race today." With a roar, countless rubbles all around burst open. On the 60th floor, the other two people, Shang and Hui Qing, were shocked by this roar. Tribulation! At this time, both Hui Qing and Shang, or the other ultimate emperors below, could feel the oppression from the ancient temple. Only Tribulation Realm will have this sense of oppression. 60th floor, how can there be a catastrophe? Everyone felt incredible. Jian Wushuang was eager to try. Unexpectedly, he encountered the Tribulation Realm ahead of time. It seems that there is no need to fight at this level. Otherwise, these 60 floors would not be able to stay. With a move in his heart, he transmitted the true spirit and asked the other party to teleport him to the 65th floor. "Are you sure? The power of the rules there will suppress you very much." Zhen Ling asked uncertainly. Jian Wushuang was very persistent. Now only he himself knows his own strength. The power of the 65th layer of rules could not suppress him. On the contrary, it will let him go as he pleases. Huh. Although Zhenling was a little puzzled, he still did it. He also did the same, wanting to see how powerful Jian Wushuang was after he joined forces. The 65th floor is desolate. The space here is more solidified. The gravity is 10,000 times higher than the outside world, and the force of rules is even more terrifying. If Jian Wushuang wanted to tear the space here, it might not be easy. When you look down, you can clearly see the people below. What's the matter? The ancient temple was a little puzzled. How could it be moved here suddenly? And he felt that the pressure here was great. There have been some subtle effects on him. "Human, is you doing it?" the ancient temple asked. Jian Wushuang did not refute, but nodded indifferently. "I said, as long as you defeat me, you can know everything. Now you don't need to ask too much. As long as you understand, if you don't defeat me, you will die." Jian Wushuang yelled, and the breath on his body began to boil. The strength that burst out in an instant caused the short ancient temple to resist with his arms. Jian Wushuang was surrounded by a dark red arc. This is his strongest strength under normal circumstances. If it weren't for the power of the stars, his state at this time would probably be the strongest state. "You actually hide your strength." The ancient temple was a little disdainful. Even after feeling Jian Wushuang exploded with strength comparable to him, he still remained unmoved. Chapter 5643. Very calm. Jian Wushuang was not surprised at this, because he knew the secrets of the frozen demon race's talents. The natural change, Tao strong. After becoming a robbery, you can transform your body. The strength of the ancient temple is not weak. It is not an ordinary one tribulation realm, and it may even be a strong one in the two tribulation realm. It can transform itself and burst out stronger strength. Stop talking nonsense. Let's do it. Jian Wushuang rushed out directly, and the two came to a stairway among the rocks, facing each other far away. Just a moment, an instant shot. This time, the ancient temple took the first shot, and a pair of sharp claws instantly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang's eyes. It's a pity that Jian Wushuang has already exploded this time, and his strength is not what it used to be. He saw the opponent's moves and directly grabbed the wrist of the ancient temple. Jian Wushuang's hands were like a chain, tightly binding the wrist of the ancient temple, especially the left arm that blends into the claw of the beast god. A dark red light burst out. 60,000 times the divine body burst out with endless mighty power in an instant. The two were in a stalemate like this. The ancient temple clenched their teeth. The threaded foreheads, there was already a trace of sweat, and the eyes in the eyeholes burst out with countless bloodshot eyes. The two of them are competing for supernatural power. The people below can see clearly, because this time there is no quick battle, but a stalemate. Although Jian Wushuang clung to the opponent's wrist, he could feel the strength of the opponent. To outsiders, the ancient temple is now passive, but only Jian Wushuang knew that his current power was not enough. If you don't break out, I'm afraid the opponent will break free. Beast God! Jian Wushuang shouted angrily, and the dark red aura on his body soared instantly. In the next moment, the power of the beast broke out completely. The realm of the beast god is wide open. The power of Jian Wushuang's divine body turned into the power of beast gods. Click! After Jian Wushuang broke out, he easily smashed the ancient temple's methods, freed his left hand, and hit the opponent's chest with a punch. Cracks appeared directly on the soft armor of the ancient temple. A mouthful of brown blood spurted from the mouth of the ancient temple. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang dodged in time without splashing himself. In the domain, Jian Wushuang was extremely fast. After a punch to the ancient temple, he immediately went around behind the opponent's stretched body, raised his leg, and kicked it hard. Under the double explosive force, the ancient temple was slightly injured, and the battle armor was completely cracked. In the meantime, Jian Wushuang did not forget to ridicule. If you want to vomit blood all over me, I have to vomit faster. After speaking, he clenched his hands into a punch and slammed it on the head of the ancient temple. Boom! The ancient temple that was smashed to the ground from a high altitude struggled to get up. This time Jian Wushuang didn't make another move, and it was meaningless to solve the opponent too quickly. He can feel that the strength of the ancient temple is much more than that. At this time, the beast god realm he opened was also considered to be the power of the beast god, capable of increasing his divine body to about 80,000 times. It was already at the level of the robbery realm, and coupled with the power of the beast god, could he beat the opponent with divine power. These powers can be regarded as the top of the one tribulation realm, but not the peak. If this little strength can't hold it, then the other party will disappoint him too much. The ancient temple stood up from a miniature stone pit and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Staring at Jian Wushuang's dark red eyes, there was no trace of fear, but full of fighting spirit. You actually have 80,000 divine bodies, which is really good. The ancient temple tore off the rotten soft armor on his body and leaked out his chest with obvious lines. It's just that the limbs are very slender, and I can't see how strong it is. Jian Wushuang frowned when he saw the soft armor being ripped off at will. Although he recognized his strength very much, he was not arrogant enough to destroy the ultimate eternal treasure. The opponent's strength is so strong, and it is the frozen demon race. Even if there is no universe treasure, how can he have a set of the best eternal treasure? Now he can buy the ultimate eternal treasure at will. What's more, the opponent is in the tribulation realm. How could the treasures on his body be so ordinary? He broke it with a few tricks. Why? Do you think the treasures on my body are terrible? The ancient temple moved his wrists. The broken bones had long been restored, and then said, Because my divine body exceeds 100,000, so I don't need any defensive treasures. As soon as the voice fell, a force that shook the world suddenly exploded. Jian Wushuang's eyes were hot, and he felt that the other party was not that simple. The divine body of the ancient temple exploded again, and it really reached 100,000 times. The burst of power made his speed surprisingly fast. Jian Wushuang didn't even see the shadow of the opponent, and he was thrown over by the opponent's foot. Just when he was about to get up, the ancient temple used force again and stepped on Jian Wushuang's younger generation to collapse. Had it not been for the beasts, I am afraid that this foot could penetrate his divine body. Boom! This was not over yet. The ancient temple did not give Jian Wushuang any chance. Clenched a fist with one hand and blasted Jian Wushuang's head with a fist. Breaking the ground directly, Jian Wushuang's entire body was embedded in the ground. The ancient superpower house is really extraordinary, and he is also a super strong man who takes the line of the body. That power made Jian Wushuang feel desperate. The power of the beast god. Jian Wushuang forcibly endured the cracking of the divine body and forcibly broke out the power of the beast god. This time, he unlocked twice the power of the beast god. The divine body has also increased by 100,000 times, which is the same as that of the ancient temple. One turned over and rushed up instantly. The ancient temple raised its brows and said in surprise, "You recovered so quickly." The other party didn't know that Jian Wushuang possessed strong vitality. Even if Jian Wushuang didn't use twice the power of the beast god, the opponent couldn't kill him. This is the benefit of the source. The background is too strong. Although both of them are now using pure divine power, the origin is also indispensable. Jian Wushuang, who stood up, quickly entered a state of life and death duel. Fighting with the ancient temple is inextricably difficult. With twice the power of the beast god, Jian Wushuang can still bear it now. As for the beasts, there is no problem. Although the origin within the beast god soldier has not yet reached the level of the universe, it can maintain Jian Wushuang's 3 times the power of the beast god. With only 3 times the power of the beast god, Jian Wushuang would be a little strenuous. The strongest is twice the power of the beast god, increasing the divine body to 100,000 times. That is to say, on the basis of full 40,000 times the divine body has been added. The power of the beast is the power that bursts out after the candle dragon. The beast soldier recovers to full body. Jian Wushuang is called the power of the beast god. When he was not a perfect body, he could only explode the beast god realm and the amplified god body. As for the power of the beast god, it was very weak and did not match his own god body. Jian Wushuang didn't care about it at the beginning, but after becoming a complete body, Jian Wushuang discovered that the power of this beast was much stronger than the bursting power of his own basic body. The power of Jian Wushuang's 100,000 times divine body and transformed beast is capable of exploding beyond its own power. Chapter 5644. So that Jian Wushuang became stronger in Vietnam, and the divine body showed no signs of decline. Although the power of life and the power of all things can supplement oneself. But the injury of the divine body is difficult to recover. Even if Jian Wushuang is injured, it will cause the divine body to decline. But this time, although he suffered some injuries, the divine body became stronger as he fought. This is the resilience of the power of the beast god. Boom! A punch directly hit the front door of the ancient temple. How is this possible? The ancient temple couldn't believe it. After he was injured, the divine body had begun to decline. But Jian Wushuang's divine body was stronger in Vietnam and was able to suppress him. Jian Wushuang was full of fighting spirit, without any intention to stop, constantly beating the ancient temple. If you really want to kill the opponent, he can use kendo directly, but it's not necessary, just play. Since the opponent's divine body is very strong, he uses it to defeat the opponent. Wow! With a kick, kicking the ancient temple into the rock pile, Jian Wushuang panted heavily and said with disdain, "Are you just this strength?" The ancient temple in the pile of rocks did not answer. Jian Wushuang could clearly feel the breath of the other party, and he didn't think that the ancient temple had just fallen. "I heard that you frozen demon race can transform after reaching the tribulation realm. I don't know if it is true or not." Jian Wushuang stared down and continued, "If you don't use it anymore, I won't give you a chance." After seeing Jian Wushuang blasting against the ancient temple, the people below felt that Jian Wushuang was about to win. But they were all taken aback when they saw Jian Wushuang did not take advantage of the victory. They couldn't hear Jian Wushuang's voice. They could only see Jian Wushuang's lips moving. Jian Wushuang, who came up with the intent to fight, didn't want to just kill the opponent like this. At least have to come up with some strength that surprises him. Otherwise, it's too wasteful. He didn't use his origin to fight the opponent anymore. If he didn't show some strength, he would be a little bit sorry for him. The ancient temple stood up from the pile of rocks, slapped the dust on his body, and walked out faintly. When he looked up at Jian Wushuang, the corners of his eyes trembled. "Do you know that I can transform? So I am not afraid that I will kill you after my strength soars." The ancient temple's voice was low. Transformation is the secret method of their clan's talent. There are very few people who know, and the human race in front of him actually knows that his status is not low, and his status in the Temple of Qixin is very high. At this time, the thinking of the ancient temple was still in Moroa time and space in ancient times. His strength was not considered strong at the beginning. In the robbery realm, he can only be regarded as an ordinary member. Jian Wushuang was able to suppress him, indicating that Jian Wushuang's strength was not very good. In his impression, there are many 5 tribulations realm powerhouses in the Qixin Temple. There are also 3 major gods, and they are superpowers in the 6 tribulations realm. That's why Jian Wushuang's identity should not be very high. But to be able to know the secrets of their clan's talents, I am afraid it is extraordinary. It should be a kind of arrogant god in the Temple of Qixin. Only Tianjiao, who is against the sky, can give him such an arrogant opportunity to transform. Jian Wushuang stared at the ancient temple, shook his head, and said calmly, "You are so confident." "Ha ha ha." The ancient temple burst into laughter. His eyes began to condense, and the aura on his body began to change, and continued, "It seems that you don't know much. Do you think my transformation is simple? The frozen demon race, the reason why God did not rule Moroa time and space before the arrival of the ancient times, is that it has a real ability. Do not rely on any foreign objects and secret methods. Simply relying on talent alone can dominate the long river of time and space. The sparsely numbered frozen demon race can be so strong. How can it be mediocre? Mortal witness!" A group of white lights flickered, and the ancient temple laughed frantically. "Prepare, are you ready for death?" The white light exploded, and the dazzling light made Jian Wushuang even unable to open his eyes. I could only vaguely see a figure, curled up in a ball, slowly standing up. After the light disappeared, the breath receded. Jian Wushuang saw the appearance of the ancient temple after its transformation. It can be said that the appearance has changed drastically from before. From short and thin to burly and strong. The face changed very little, and the 2 tentacles on the top of the head remained. For a while, Jian Wushuang couldn't feel the strength of the opponent. How about it? How satisfied with the appearance of this seat after transformation? The ancient temple opened his palm and slowly raised it. When Jian Wushuang was about to nod his head to answer, a powerful force instantly overturned him and retreated thousands of miles. Before he could stabilize his figure, the ancient temple had already arrived in front of him, and a top knee directly pressed Jian Wushuang to the ground. Squeezing Jian Wushuang's neck with one knee and looking down at Jian Wushuang, he said in a cold voice, "My current supernatural power is 180,000. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank when he heard this number. 180,000. What kind of monster is that? Is this the superpower of the divine body stream? He had heard at the beginning that those who are strong in divine body flow will become stronger in the later stage. But I never thought it would be so outrageous. Previously, he felt that after the opponent's transformation, the strongest could reach 120,000, and even 130,000 would be considered good. Unexpectedly, it reached 180,000 directly. This divine power is probably directly comparable to the superpower in the three tribulations realm. No wonder the other party is so confident. You reading www.okanshu. Calm, what a surprise. The current Jian Wushuang, in the hands of the ancient temple, is really like a mortal. There is no room to fight back. Keep getting beaten up. The divine body has split, and it has dropped directly from 100,000 times to 60,000 times. The power of the beast also faded. The ancient temple tied Jian Wushuang's neck with its tail, and when he mentioned Madair, he punched Jian Wushuang's chest with a punch. Soon, the basic divine body could not be maintained. Jian Wushuang's divine body was completely shattered. The face was beaten full of blood. 6 holes bleeding. No. Played it. Jian Wushuang spit out a few words hard, his eyelids trying to close uncontrollably. However, the ancient temple did not stop and continued to ravage Jian Wushuang without forgetting to ridicule. Don't you want to see my real strength? Why can't I hold it? This time, Jian Wushuang really couldn't hold it anymore. Although his divine body has the blessing of the power of the beast god, it can indeed reach the battle power of the robbery, but it is far worse than the opponent. 100,000 and 180,000. It seems that there is a difference of 80,000, but in fact it is infinitely different. Even if it was 10,000 more than Jian Wushuang, they couldn't beat the opponent. Not to mention a full 80,000 more. Even if it uses 3 times the power of the beast to increase the divine body to 120,000, it is not an opponent. In the divine power competition, Jian Wushuang lost. But he can't be blamed either. The ancient temple is a strong robbery of the divine body flow. His current basic divine body is only 60,000, and after he joined the Tao, he is not very helpful to the divine body. It is still he himself spent countless treasures to upgrade to 60,000. How can he compare with the other party? Only when the beast soldier is complete, he has such a powerful divine power. If he waited for him to upgrade his body to the Emperor consummation, he would be able to fight the opponent. Chapter 56:45. Those special beings, the divine body at the peak, the limit can reach 80,000 times. If Jian Wushuang reached that level and then raised the origin of the beast gods to the cosmic level, he might be able to use 5 times the power of the beast gods. Not afraid of ancient temples, but now he had just succeeded in the harmony, and he couldn't reach that level after all the treasures were spent. After giving up the divine body, Jian Wushuang's thought power moved, and the power of life emerged instantly. Although the injury of the divine body did not return to its peak, the injury of Jian Wushuang's physical body healed instantly. As for the origin, even if the opponent has 180,000 supernatural powers, it will not hurt his origin's starry sky. He lit up half of the universe, as well as the endless starry sky. Even if the Lord of the Universe is allowed to come over, there is no guarantee that Jian Wushuang's origin can be crushed. What's more, it is an ancient temple that takes the route of the gods. 18,000 divine bodies are indeed very powerful. It was already comparable to the ordinary 3 tribulations realm, and of course it was certainly not a match for the Lord of the Universe. It's not that simple to master the tribulation realm of the universe. And now, the ancient temple is facing a strong man who controls the half-sitting universe. Jian Wushuang's origin burst out instantly, and an aura that could affect the rules burst out, making the ancient temple's mind trembling. Eternal change. Gucha's eyes were shocked. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to have such a powerful origin. I thought he was a strong man in the line of the divine body just like him, but turned out to be an existence who mastered the ultimate way. And when he felt the origin of Jian Wushuang, the ancient temple immediately let go of its tail in surprise, and threw Jian Wushuang aside, shuddering, "You are only an emperor!" Jian Wushuang slowly stood up. The arc on his body also turned light blue. That was the power of the starry sky. This is the first time he has performed the ancient changes after he joined the road and reached the peak state. Why is it surprising? Jian Wushuang's eyes became unusually tough. So, when he raised his hand and pulled out the Jueyun sword from behind, time and space stopped flowing. The ancient temple was even scared back. That power reminded him of the original Lord of the universe. "I've played enough, you should die too." A huge sword shadow appeared between heaven and earth. This made everyone tremble. A sword struck the ancient temple with 180,000 divine bodies. His eyes only felt a little asymmetry, but the next moment the body was transformed into two pieces. Jian Wushuang opened up hundreds of swords in an instant, and the ancient temple was turned into pieces in astonishment. Raising his hand, a group of huge forces of all things condensed force directly burst. Boom! After the power of all things burst, the body of the ancient temple turned into blood and floated in the void. Jian Wushuang was surprised, but he didn't kill the opponent. The divine body of 180,000 times is really extraordinary. However, the ancient temple turned into flesh and blood, was directly swallowed by his swallowing power, and entered into the palm of his hand. Under the suppression of the powerful starry sky, the consciousness remaining in the blood was directly destroyed. Only blood containing endless power is left. Call! Jian Wushuang instilled the blood into the beast god weapon and let out a sigh of relief. Finally solved. Without using the starry sky catalog, he can kill the strong at the pinnacle of the second tribulation realm. Of course, although the combat power of the ancient temple had reached the threshold of the three tribulations, it was a purely divine body route after all, and it was still a little too weak. In addition, after being suppressed for so many years, the 18 divine body did not play a big role. So he solved it. It can only be regarded as the peak and consummation of the second tribulation. If he showed the starry sky catalog, he could match the ordinary three tribulations realm powerhouse. As for the Lord of the Universe, he might not be the opponent. In the three tribulations realm, there is a huge gap between the powerhouses who have mastered the universe's tribulation realm and those who do not. This can't be calculated. If you fight in the universe, controlled by the Lord of the Universe, you will fall as many as the three tribulations realm. In his dojo, the Lord of the Universe is almost invincible. This also made Jian Wushuang very interested in his own thought universe. If the universe of his thoughts can become the real universe, it can be an abnormal dojo. By that time, wouldn't he be invincible directly below the four tribulations realm, and even rival the four tribulations realm powerhouse? Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but get excited. He is still an emperor now, and the realm of the universe has not yet been truly completed. Once he lights up a whole universe in the original starry sky, I am afraid he will be able to display the real universe. Continue to practice? This is obviously wrong. No matter how generous the real spirit is, it is impossible to give him all the treasures. Still have to go out and do it on your own. 65 floors. Jian Wushuang easily opened up a cave. It's just that this time there is no desolate beast. He really wanted to kill another head. Now the origin of the beasts and god soldiers can be as good as entering the origin level of the universe, and they're still a bit weak. It is not as powerful as the half-universe in his body. Forget it. Find it by yourself later. Jian Wushuang shook his head. This time he was satisfied. After opening up the cave, let the second soul stay behind, and the deity went to the 60th floor. When Huiqing and Shang saw him, their eyes were full of colors. At this moment, even the relatively dull Hui Qing had a resilience and wanted to surpass Jian Wushuang's resilience. In fact, Jian Wushuang was the same as them before. You reading www.okanshu.com. Remember when he was in the court of the Three Kings, he saw Hui Qing's success in joining the Tao. Wasn't he envious? Seeing Shang's strength and rivaling Fuego's recovery, he is even more yearning. Now that he has succeeded in harmony, not only has he surpassed them, but he has also opened a great distance. The strong road is right. Jian Wushuang's heart is extremely firm, and he will keep going. In congratulations, the three had a good chat. This was the first time I had chatted with Shang. Jian Wushuang learned about the secrets of the primitive universe from the other side, and also learned a lot about his personal thoughts. As for the travel to other time and space, he did not say, after all, the true spirit has no quasi-trust. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if the real spirit didn't agree to it after all? Just when the three of them were about to enter Hui Qing's cave and recount their old feelings, the true spirit came, and the sword did not move. True spirit transmission. The three went to the top of the mountain together. This made Jian Wushuang very happy. Explained that it's really moving. Perhaps it was his strength that moved the true spirit, or the true spirit had confidence in them. In fact, from Jian Wushuang's point of view, Shang had a good temperament, and he was a perfect inheritor. It is also a strong man of righteousness. The unity of knowledge and action is a true gentleman. Hui Qing doesn't need to say more. In terms of personality, he has some stains on the contrary. After repeated betrayals, the true spirit can believe him. So much trust. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's heart was moved. In order to restore the glory of the Temple of Qi, it is my duty. Regret in the pavilion. When the three of Jian Wushuang arrived, there were already several people waiting here. The backbone Luo, who was originally ranked third, the Emperor Guangying, who ranked fourth, and Jian Wushuang's old acquaintance, Zhen Wuyang. Chapter 56-46. 6 people were standing, and only True Spirit was sitting alone. It's just such a thing. You all go back and think about it. This time there are no more than 10 people going to another time and space, and you must never tell anyone. After the real spirit finished speaking, everyone dispersed. But Jian Wushuang was left behind. I knew about this when I went back and made a decision in my heart. It was very easy. Other people are different, especially the older generation of powerhouses in the primitive universe, Zhen Wuyang and Shang. The two of them took a great look at the time and space of the outside world, especially the primitive universe, feeling that the real spirit asked them to go to other long rivers of time and space. This is a naked escape. There is hesitation in my heart. However, the backbone of Luo and Guangying are very relaxed. They just consider the gains and losses and don't care about the outside world. Actually, it's right to think about it. They don't have much feelings for the outside world. After coming to the Temple of Qixin, I just wanted to be stronger, but didn't even think about giving back. Otherwise, the outside world will be like that, and the two will not go out. The business is closed, otherwise he will go out. The deity of Zhen Wuyang has been conquering the outside world. There is also the Tongtian Buddha, who has not even left the avatar, and is now commanding 16 universes from the outside world, fighting head-on with the Temple of Destruction. These talents are the backbone of the future. No wonder the real spirit hesitated. It is also for this reason. In case of raising a white-eyed wolf, it's not good. Only the two of them were left, and Jian Wushuang was not polite and sat down directly. Zhenling even poured tea on Jian Wushuang himself. Thanks, Tusk. Taste it. This is the tea of your time and space. I don't know when I want to drink it in the future. That's also true. After Jinsong Jian Wushuang and the others left, I'm afraid they won't be able to return without tens of thousands of eras. Ordinary tribulation realm simply doesn't work. At least the 3 tribulations realm or even the 4 tribulations realm can play a certain role. The current candidates are all seedlings of the tribulation realm. The opportunity has arrived. It's not difficult to become a catastrophe, but how far you can go depends on your own ability. In fact, in the long run, practitioners like Zhenmiang and Tongtian Buddha can actually go farther because of its strong adaptability. This is why Jinling was particularly optimistic about Shang at first. Too bad is not good, because the road is difficult to follow. Just like Jian Wushuang, Dao Jun can kill Juding, how defying the sky. But then I think about it, Hui Qing, the backbone Luo, and others of the same era, before Jian Wushuang combined with Dao, were already the best. That is, Jian Wushuang won the bet, Hadao succeeded and surpassed everyone. If the harmony fails, I am afraid that the strength is not as good as these people. The risk is too great. There are very few opportunities in the future, but I will definitely do my best to come back as soon as possible. Jian Wushuang said firmly, whether it's for the homeland universe or this long river of time and space, or it's because of the power of death, he has to face extinction and cannot escape. This is fate. Zhanling still had some confidence in Jian Wushuang and was not afraid that Jian Wushuang would really run away. How much do you know about extinction now? Zhanling asked tentatively. Since the birth of extinction, there is actually very little connection between the two. But in the cave mansion of the Mahayana Lingshan, Jian Wushuang went to the once fragmented Morua time and space and saw a lot. Only then can we understand the extinction. Jian Wushuang didn't conceal anything, and now said the power of death and the power of life. He felt that the reason why this matter was so complicated was not only because of the power of life, but also because of the gods. It's just not easy to say. If the extinction was purely for him, I'm afraid he would have been annihilated long ago. That will wait till now. After hearing this, Zhanling nodded slightly and sighed. Have you seen the future of this long river of time and space? As soon as this sentence came out, Jian Wushuang jumped. When subconsciously wanted to shake his head, he was stunned. Zhanling waved his hand, and on the case in front of the two, there appeared a time and space origin, and a time and space origin that had been shrouded in darkness. This long river of time and space will eventually perish. This is the prophecy of a strong man. Jian Wushuang was stunned when he heard this sentence. At first, he thought that the true spirit could see that he had traveled to the future, but he did not expect that someone had predicted the changes in the future time and space. This long river of time and space will be destroyed. Destroy the temple of Qi together. Seeing the shocked look on Jian Wushuang's face, Zhenling smiled slightly and said, Of course, you don't need to believe in the prophecy of that existence. When Jian Wushuang entered the future time and space, he was convinced that in the future world, he failed in harmony and eventually fell. As for the subsequent destruction of time and space, he didn't know. But being able to see the future failure, he felt that there might be some connection. Is this existence the power of the Qixin Temple? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. The Lord of the Universe can do this by predicting the future. The first true king at the time also predicted the future of the three kings' court. Unfortunately, it is impossible to predict and accurately meet some people who are against the sky. This is also the reason why Jian Wushuang is able to join forces successfully. Really want to predict so accurately, Okanchu. Calm, he may have failed. Isn't this, except for me, there is no such superpower in the Qixin Temple, and even the original body is not so powerful. Zhanling gave a wry smile and shook his head. If there is such a strong presence in the Temple of Qixin, how could he be so passive? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly and asked, Then, this senior, why does he help Qixin Temple predict the future? Since the other party predicted that the Temple of Qixin would be destroyed in the long river of time and space, it must have some connection with the Temple of Qixin. Otherwise, this kind of thing will not be thrown out for no reason. Just like now, suddenly came an existence that he couldn't see through, and told him directly that he would become a powerful person in the 9 tribulations realm in the future. So he definitely didn't believe it. Speaking of it, it doesn't have much to do with the Temple of Qixin, but I have some personal acquaintances with the master of the palace Xuani, so I am willing to tell the other party. No need to say more about Zhenling now. Jian Wushuang understood a little bit. No wonder the Xuanwu Temple and Qixin Temple are a bit incompatible. It turns out that after listening to the words of an old guy, he was ready to run away in advance, and he didn't even think about returning to the Qixin Temple. Zhanling seemed to see Jian Wushuang's thoughts and quickly corrected. Xuanwu Temple is actually not easy. The family property of these years has almost been wiped out because of the appearance of extinction. Outside the battle, the Shrine of Extinction has holy water to help practitioners perform sacrificial rituals and enhance their combat power. Qixin Temple is a puppet of Xuanwu Temple. Only then can I barely suppress the opponent. If Xuanwu Hall ran away, Qixin Hall would now fall below. I believed in this prophecy before, but after seeing you, I changed my mind, Zhenling said, standing up. Previously, he had thought that the one who destroyed this long river of time and space was the inheritor cultivated by his temple of Qixin. Chapter 5647. Now he realized that after extinction was born, it is extinction. He is the real murderer behind the scenes. As for the inheritors, they will destroy the long river of time and space because of the extinction. This is the real root problem. So it is necessary to solve the extinction. As for the inheritor, it doesn't matter anymore. The temple of destroying the world also has inheritors. Maybe they are from the other side. Don't worry about him. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged and didn't ask any more, but fell into silence. Predicting the future, able to be so accurate, who is that existence in the end, has reached that state again. By the way, do you have any suitable candidates to talk about? The construction of the space-time channel is about to begin. No more than 10 people are enough. Zhanling turned to look at Jian Wushuang, pulling the topic away. The destruction of time and space is still somewhat depressing. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at the true spirit. He really had a few suitable candidates. How about Wu Zuo? After hearing Wu Zuo's name, Zhanling was stunned. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang would mention Wu Zuo's name. For a while, Zhanling took a deep breath. He couldn't think of it. He would come up with the name Wu Zuo, looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise, and said, "Why do you think of him?" It just feels that this person is not simple, has mediocre strength, but can become a named disciple of the gods, and has lived from ancient times to the present. This is the only ancient practitioner who has not fallen apart from extinction. After hearing Jian Wushuang's explanation, Zhanling's heart also moved. I haven't really thought about this issue before. Wu Zuo was able to live to the present, even drifting through the endless starry sky with Qixin Temple, and came to this long river of time and space. None of them fell. This luck is also great. Don't look at it. Now Wu Zuo has bad luck and can't even get along with a palace lord. But across the long river of time and space, at least if it is a strong robbery realm, Wu Zuo is a superb. Able to live to this day, it is a bit abnormal. List him as a candidate. Jian Wushuang nodded and then continued. Wan Yan and Dongxing should also be sent over. This time Jian Wushuang changed his mind and didn't want to get all those super inheritors over. It's better to cultivate some loyal ones. Don't get a group of selfish people. He won't be able to direct then. Now Dongxing and Wan Yan are both good at strength. Dongxing has become the absolute powerhouse, catching up with the first batch of emperors who entered the Temple of Qixin. Although they are not as good as Zhan Wuang for the time being, they also have great potential in the follow-up. I will send their deity here, and there will be some tests for them in the follow-up. Jian Wushuang naturally didn't have much opinion on this, and everything was decided by the true spirit. He just gave a suggestion. Plus some people on the Tomb God Mountain, it's almost enough. Jian Wushuang said, Huiqing, Backbone Luo, Guangying Zhenmiang, Tongtian Buddha, Shang, Dongsheng, Wanyan Wu Zuo. Plus Jian Wushuang, exactly 10 people. After a while, I will put them in a targeted test, and it's up to them whether they can pass. Zhenling did not give Jian Wushuang a quasi-trust either. But this has made Jian Wushuang very satisfied. At least it wasn't that he went to a strange time and space alone, with some people accompanying him. By the way, I have one more thing left behind you this time, and I need your help. Zhenling looked at Jian Wushuang and said his plan. After Jian Wushuang heard it, he clapped and applauded. The odds of winning, plus 10%. Resuscitate the gods. The second era after Jian Wushuang ascended to the 65th floor of the Tomb Mountain. In the Tomb of the Gods, a stalwart figure appeared. That was a body in the Tribulation Realm. Climbed out of the tomb and stood in the chaos of the Tomb of the Gods. Mischief. Jian Wushuang spent a whole epoch, consumed countless life force, and finally revived the body of Qixin. The true spirit also took advantage of the trend to enter the body of the gods. The figure keeps shrinking until it reaches the size of 10,000 battles. Jian Wushuang stood in the chaos like a grain of sand. Compared with the Qixin's body, no matter its strength or size, it was far worse. With this physical body, I will be able to break the rules of the Qixin temple and go to the long river of time and space. Qixin said excitedly. The previous true spirit could not leave the temple of Qixin at all. Now that there is a true spirit behind the body, not only has its strength skyrocketed, it has reached the half-step 7 tribulations realm, and it can also enter and leave the temple of forbidding at will. The worry about extinction has also been reduced a lot. At the same time, feel confident that Jian Wushuang and others can travel to other time and space. It's not that he is too careful, but that he knows one thing very well. There is vitality in Jiangshang's body. Perhaps the extinction can reach the perfect body without Jian Wushuang. In this way, death and life are combined to achieve the pinnacle road. Congratulations, sir. I have been born again. Jian Wushuang looked tired, but there was joy in his heart. He couldn't let him carry it all alone. Now that the true spirit has reached the half-step 7 tribulations realm, it is indeed a big hole card for dealing with extinction in the future. In the current extinction, it is not known that the true spirit has revived the body of the god. At that time, you can be caught off guard. Wrapped the Qixin's body, and then received the body. The true spirit looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. This time thanks to your vitality. Otherwise, even if you exhaust all the treasures of the Qixin's temple, you will not be able to revive this body. This is true. Jian Wushuang's strong life force would take an epoch. It is conceivable how much life force is needed to restore the Qixin's body. The treasures of the Temple of Qixin are dead. Jian Wushuang is alive and can continuously generate life force. It's just a matter. Jian Wushuang shook his head. This little help is nothing. In this epoch, he continued to give birth to the power of life, and he was able to take the opportunity to hone his manipulation of the power of life, which was regarded as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhenling raised his brows and his complexion changed. A breath came from the Tomb Mountain. Jian Wushuang saw that something was wrong, and at the same time looked in the direction of the Tomb Mountain. A new breath rose to the sky. That is the power of Tribulation Realm. Someone broke. Go take a look. Zhenling's eyes narrowed, even more this time with a smile. Who says that good fortune comes? Misfortune never comes singly. This time it was not just double happiness. The 2 of them instantly descended to the top of Tomb God Mountain. In the 60 floors below, a beam of light rose into the sky, and there was a figure in it. Business. After feeling the breath of the other party, Jian Wushuang was not too surprised. Shang's first breakthrough, which is the same as they guessed. There is no surprise. However, in this way, I am afraid that Shang will not be able to enter other time and space with them. This breath immediately shocked many people. One after another came out to watch. Chapter 5648. At this time, on the 60th floor, beside Shang, there was one more person, Wu Zuo. Since Jian Wushuang proposed to take Wu Zua to other time and space. The true spirit tested them and brought Wu Zua to the Tomb Mountain to practice with the inheritors. Unexpectedly, Wu Zua's potential really gave Zhenling a surprise without hitting it, and he actually reached the 60th floor. As for Huiqing, she has now reached the 65th floor. Become a neighbor with Jian Wushuang. The speed of the breakthrough made Jian Wushuang feel a sense of suffocation. No loss is the first inheritor. The light beam covered the entire Tomb Mountain, and after a stick of incense, it slowly disappeared. Shang also walked out from the cave. The strength of the body has changed a lot. In congratulations, Shang followed the true spirit to the top. Jian Wushuang returned to his cave. This time he revived the body of the Godhead, and his soul was exhausted, and it was time to rest. The next step is to prepare for going to other time and space, not to be careless. As for Shang's breakthrough, Jian Wushuang didn't feel the pressure, so it's not as great as Huiqing's pressure on him. Even if Shang breakthrough has become a tribulation realm, it feels to him that it is not as powerful as the ancient temple that has not been transformed. The ancient temple that was killed at the beginning was the pinnacle of the first tribulation realm before its transformation. Even the power that rivals the 3 tribulations realm. This is not his opponent, let alone Shang. Now that Shang has broken through, he lacks a spot, and he doesn't have a suitable candidate, so he doesn't even consider recommending it. Leave the headache to Jinling alone. Lying comfortably on the stone bed in the cave, Jian Wushuang slept for a whole year before returning the power of his soul to its peak. During this year, the true spirit also transmitted to him whatever treasures he needs. Even if he mentions it, he is satisfied with everything that can be satisfied, and the time of departure has been determined. 300 years later, they gathered in the Hulun Mountains in the heavens. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised by this. It wasn't that the true spirit was so generous, but that he wanted to go to the heaven. He thought he would be in the tomb of God, but it's nothing you can arrive in one day. Phew! Jian Wushuang casually crushed the sound transmission jade slip, stood up and moved his limbs. At the same time began to calculate the treasures that are missing now. After he joined the Tao, he hadn't practiced well, and the realm that should be improved had not been improved. There are indeed a lot of treasures missing. In the realm, even if there are treasures, it takes time to cultivate. With only 300 years left now, Jian Wushuang would naturally not cultivate in the universe. Instead, he chose the divine body. The appearance of the ancient temple made him yearning for the powerhouse of the divine body route. In particular, I have seen records in some ancient books that many of the early days of the long river of time and space were flow of gods. What if the long river of time and space where he went is also popular with the flow of gods and bodies? Wouldn't it be exposed to use the source? Therefore, the divine body route cannot be abandoned, although there are many treasures needed for the strong. As long as the strength is strong, there will be no shortage of treasures. After taking his attention, Jian Wushuang took out the identity token in the Tomb God Mountain and told the true spirit all the treasures he needed. When Zhenling, sitting on the top of the mountain, saw the treasure Jian Wushuang needed, his eyes were round. He was not generous at first, and finally he was generous once, but he still calculated carefully there are only 300 years left, and if these people ask for it, how much can he use? Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang would be so cruel, suddenly demanding 100 million cubic cosmic crystals of the divine body treasure. That is a treasure worth 100 million square meters. It is not easy for a robber realm expert to come up with so many cosmic crystals. These treasures are enough for Jian Wushuang to cultivate the divine body to 100,000 times. He didn't believe that Jian Wushuang could cultivate a body to 100,000 times in 300 years. At the same time, the 10 candidates selected this time are all the treasures of the gods. Even Huiqing, who is honest, has chosen the treasure of the gods. They are not stupid, they only have 300 years, and there is no shortcut to improve other strengths except for the promotion of the divine body. Forget it, it's time for you to practice it. Jinling shook his head distressedly. However, he still didn't want to suffer. The deity left for the primitive realm, looking for the lord of the god of wealth, Zhu. In a short while, the current embarrassing situation was resolved. On the Tomb God Mountain, in the super teleportation array, the 9 people came together, causing many people around to watch. So far, the strongest inheritors of the Tomb Mountain have actually appeared together. This is an unprecedented grand occasion. Had it not been for the business breakthrough, I am afraid it would be 10 people together now. Brother Wushuang, it seems that the hero sees the same thing. Dong Sheng laughed loudly from the side. Among these 9 people, apart from the backbone Luo and Guangying, they all have a good relationship with Jian Wushuang. A few people chatted at random, and people directly opened the teleportation array. The true spirit asked them to go to a secret realm in the primitive world, where there is a natural divine body treasure that can enhance their divine body. This brought everyone together all at once. At the same time, the true spirit also informed them by sound transmission that there is a strong man who went with them to other time and space, is waiting for them there. This made Jian Wushuang very curious about who would go to other time and space with them. He knows a little bit about some famous inheritors in the Temple of Qixin. I'm afraid there are not many people who can enter the real spiritual eye, but there will be an answer soon. 9 people descended primitive world. The familiar breath came over. When I entered the Temple of Qixin for the first time, I entered this place. Dian Xian entered the primitive world, and Yan Xian entered the Xuanwu Hall. The emperor went to the Azure Dragon Palace. Everything seems to be yesterday. As soon as the 9 people arrived, a familiar figure came to greet them. Zhu Qi. Many people knew each other, and there was no need to introduce them. So I took them directly to that secret realm. Primitive realm is somewhat similar to the Great Wilderness, and both are relatively desolate. When the group flew a stick of incense, they arrived at the secret realm that Jinling said. It is a secret place in the mountains and forests. When looking from a distance, there is nothing special. But when I felt it up close, they were all shocked. This mountain forest is not as simple as it looks. It's supernatural power. Jian Wushuang was the first to discover the strangeness. The secret realm here actually has supernatural power. It is very similar to the original divine power universe. It is an excellent place to enhance the divine body. Zhu Qi stopped his figure and said, "There is a sacred spring in the mountain forest secret realm. You only need to absorb the power from it 10 battles away. If you are too close, you will eat back the sacred body." After speaking, he turned and left. Several people glanced at each other and rushed down without hesitation. The special divine power draws them. Go directly to the core of the mountain forest. The spring is deep in the forest. Chapter 5649. At this time, there was already a person sitting cross-legged. The 9 quickly found a place to fight, forcibly tore through the space, and instantly entered a damp cave. Seeing that someone had arrived, the practitioner who had been sitting cross-legged also opened his eyes. A pair of phoenix eyes contained red flames. "Who are you?" Except for Wuzwa, everyone else was surprised and asked in unison. Only Wuz was stared at the other side, with a trace of fear in his eyes, because he knows the person in front of him. I thought it would be an inheritor, but I didn't look like the other party. I have never heard of such a powerful female nun on Tomb God Mountain. A blast of flame power swept in instantly, except for Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing. They all took a half-step back. These people are not vegetarians. The other party dares to do something. Can this be used to her? When he raised his hand to fight back, Wuz was stopped them, and at the same time revealed the identity of the opponent. She is Fan Feng. When they heard this name, the 9 people instantly understood. Jian Wushuang frowned when he heard it. Fan Feng, the head of the 18 generals. They had all heard of this name, but they didn't expect that this time Jinling would arrange for such a character to follow them. Wu Zhuo did not speak, but just nodded. In addition to the title of the head of the 18 gods, the other party also has another identity, that is, the sister of the great Emperor Zhuyun. But this, only Wu Zhuo and Jian Wushuang knew. Fan Feng didn't even look at Wu Zhuo, but at Jian Wushuang and then said coldly, "Have you pulled out her sword?" It seemed that the sister of the great Emperor Zhuyun was at odds with the great Emperor Zhuyun. There was hostility towards Jian Wushuang in his eyes. It is precisely because of this that Jian Wushuang is a bit unpleasant to the other party, and he is also cursing secretly in his heart. Why Jinling made such a thing to give them. He looks like I am not our enemy forever. I don't know if I think the other party is a god. The name is not loud, but the shelf is quite big. The other few people were not very interested in Fan Feng, the head of the 18 gods, and they found a place to sit cross-legged, preparing to upgrade their gods. Wu's was said through a voice transmission, "Brother Wushuang, or let's join forces and kill this lady first." What a joke! She is the person arranged by Master True Spirit, not to mention killing the other party, just because of some small things. I am not a born murderer. Jian Wushuang replied in an angry voice transmission, but for this Fan Feng he really didn't like it. Only after a faint answer. He ignored the other party. I hope the other party will not do anything, or the leg will be interrupted by her. What about the head of the 18 gods? His current strength is not weaker than the great Emperor Zhuyun back then. The great Emperor Zhuyun back then was able to match the Lord of the Universe, and he could also do it. This Fan Feng's strength is almost meaningless. Moreover, this person must be reported to Jushin, and his mind is very small. According to Wu Zhuo, these two are also rivals. Of course, it could also be that Wu Zhuo was beaten violently by the opponent. The head of the 18 gods, this in the original Morwa time and space, at least can be ranked in the top 3 of the emperor. Where is Wu Zhuo's opponent? Had it not been for him to stand by, I am afraid Wu Zhuo would not dare to breathe when he saw the other party. So that now it is about to cultivate, Wu Zhuo is close to him. He didn't care about this. This time, traveling to another time and space, he still needs the help of these people. Naturally act as the leader. But among them, some people may not convince him. For example, the 2 old guys Zhenwuyang and Tongtian Buddha. Don't look at it as one universe. But these 2 people's minds are not good. So Huiqing and Wu Zhuo can be trusted completely. Dongsheng and Wan Yan are also good, had friendships. At that time, he will fully support him. In this way, there are 5 people on his side. The other few people can't get through the waves. Few, just sitting down cross-legged. Jian Wushuang felt a divine power attack, and his swallowing power instantly enveloped the opponent and sent it into his body. This place is really extraordinary. At a distance of 10 battles, almost one breath would have a rush of divine power for him to absorb. It's just that he thinks this speed is a bit slow. The rest of the people absorbed it for a while, and they were able to feel it clearly. This speed is far from enough. Looking at Fan Feng's side, it was only 5 battles away from Kuan Yin. Brother Wu Zhuo, what do you think? Jian Wushuang asked tentatively. Wu Zhuo's divine body is 70,000 times larger, and I am afraid that the supply and demand of divine power is too slow at this distance. It's a bit slow. Wu's were replied directly. At this moment, the 9 people got up at the same time and walked forward one after another. It seems that Zhu Qi doesn't know much about his strength, so he will say that within 10 battles, he will have a backlash against them. They all believed it at first. Among these 10 people, Fan Feng's divine body is the most powerful, at least 80,000 times. The second is Wu Zhuo. As for the others, including Huiqing, they are about 60,000 times the same as Jian Wushuang. It was 6 times that of Jian Wushuang. Among these people, they all belong to the bottom. Dongsheng has 60,003. Thinking of the ancient temples back then, Ukanshu, when Kam said 180,000, Jian Wushuang couldn't help taking 2 more steps forward with invincible breath, stayed directly at a distance of 5 battles. Hui Qing also followed. Anyone who can be at this distance needs a strong person who can transform very quickly. Although Wuzuo's divine body was powerful, the speed of transformation was a bit slow, and he stopped after only 6 battles. No reluctance. It was the backbone Luo who refused to admit defeat and walked the distance of 5 battles. The continuous divine power attack made his complexion turn purple, but after a while he still endured it. Regarding this, Jian Wushuang smiled from the bottom of his heart and ignored it, but began his own immersion practice. In one day, Jian Wushuang raised his divine body almost 100 times. It really helped a lot. If you are outside, not only will the speed be slow, but you will need more treasures. The divine power here is more pure, and when absorbed, the speed of absorption without impurities is also very fast. 10 years later, now all 9 of them can reach the distance of 5 battles. Fan Feng, the arbitrarily determined general, had reached a distance of 3 battles. The power of the opponent's divine body made them dumbfounded. It has been nearly 90,000 times faster, and the speed of improvement is not 1.5 stars faster than them. Among the 9 of them, the one who has improved the fastest is the Tongtian Buddha, who has only increased by 5,000 times in 10 years, and his divine body has reached about 70,000 times. As for Jian Wushuang, although the transformation and absorption were fast, his promised divine body required too much divine power, only increased by 3,000 times. But this is just the beginning, so the speed of promotion is a bit slow. The later, the faster his speed will be, until it surpasses everyone. This is the benefit of the promised divine body. Chapter 5650. Phew! But it didn't take long to give Jian Wushuang now. He had to go faster. So I can only go forward and get close to the fountain. Jian Wushuang, who opened his eyes, stared at Kuan Yin for a while. He found that there was no spring water in the spring. Although it was covered by mist, he could still see that it was an empty abyss. After staring for a long time, there will be a feeling of dizziness. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to look more, so he could only transmit his voice to Wuzhua and ask if he knew. Unexpectedly, even Wuzhua didn't know. This made Jian Wushuang a little curious, but now he can't get close, so he can only continue to devour it. Wow! As he approached Sanjiang, Jian Wushuang's divine body began to multiply as he swallowed his divine power with all his strength. At the time of Daojun, he was able to reach 50,000 times. The emperor, with the help of beasts, can explode to 100,000 times, and it is not the limit. In the extreme state, he can burst out 120,000 times the divine body. In other words, both his physical body and divine body can bear it, so that the boundaries of his basic divine body can also be raised to that level. It's just that there are too many treasures needed to upgrade to that level. Jinling will also feel distressed. A tribulation realm powerhouse of the divine body genre, the treasures needed can support several origin tribulation realms. Moreover, he was about to leave the Temple of Qixin, and he could only look for treasures to enhance the divine body in other time and space in the future. But at that time he was no match for the Temple of Qixin. Therefore, he has to work hard to improve, as much as he can improve. Anyway, it is free. The power of the beast god. Jian Wushuang shouted angrily, and a dark red aura burst out of his body. Instantly shocked everyone present. The rest of him is okay, knowing that he has beasts. Fan Feng looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. She didn't expect Jian Wushuang to have a candle dragon, but the next moment, her breath also changed abruptly. A familiar breath rushed to his face. Phoenix is one of the 9 beasts. It is also made by a born beast god. But Jian Wushuang was not surprised. The opponent had beasts and gods. In ancient times, he had news about the soldiers of the beast gods. In order to get Zhulong together, he didn't read ancient books much. However, the beast weapon created by the phoenix is not a beast weapon that augments the divine body, but a beast weapon that is incarnate with the body. The reason why the opponent's divine body was so powerful in the emperor's time might also have something to do with that beast weapon. Otherwise, if the Emperor wants to reach 90,000 times the divine body, it is not that simple. After Jian Wushuang exploded with the power of the beast god, the speed of devouring even accelerated. 300 years, 1/3 has passed, and Jian Wushuang's divine body has finally reached 70,000 times. At the same time, he also reached the distance of only one battle, becoming the closest one among all the people present. Although the walk is faster, but the improvement of the divine body is not the fastest. It was the backbone Luo. His divine body was a pair of withered bones. From the beginning 65,000 times. In 100 years, it directly rushed to 80,000 times. Everyone was surprised. Jian Wushuang and Fan Feng have beasts and magic weapons, and they can improve quickly. Jian Wushuang wanted to smash the opponent's divine body to pieces to get a good understanding. Of course, just think about it. Finally see it. There's another reason why Jian Wushuang has been slow to improve, and that is because he is curious about what kind of treasures in this cave can burst out so much divine power. So he was mainly to adapt to the absorption of divine power and continue to move forward, and did not concentrate on absorbing the divine power. After approaching the cave now, he glanced down. With just a glance, Jian Wushuang felt a violent force which instantly invaded his eyes. The pain instantly made him lose his mind, and he retreated 100 feet to the back. This scene frightened everyone. Wu Zhuo and Hui Qing quickly put down their practice and rushed over. "Brother Wushuang, what is going on?" Hui Qing stepped forward and asked in amazement, "Is there some kind of creature in it?" Jian Wushuang felt that his head was deep and his eyes were tingling. He couldn't open his eyes at all. He could only close his eyes and shook his head, unable to speak. Wu Zhuo put his arm on Jian Wushuang's shoulder and said it should be a backlash. After a short rest, it will be fine. "Ha ha." Fan Feng sneered, disdainfully said, "What a fool, just like my stupid sister. Don't you know that there are forbidden things to watch?" Hearing the other party's ridicule, Wu Zhuo's expression was cold, but he did not dare to speak back. But Hui Qing was not afraid, stood up and looked straight away, and said angrily, "Just forget it if you don't remind. Why bother to be so mocking?" "Huh, a bunch of idiots. I really don't know. What's the use of training you natives?" Fan Feng closed his eyes after mocking a few words. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. He didn't think it was stupid. When in doubt, check it out. This is the way of the strong. If you are blindly timid, is afraid, how can you become a strong one? So there is no need to bother with each other. After seeing Jian Wushuang, okay, Hui Qing and Wu Zhuo also went to their places to continue practicing. But Jian Wushuang was away from Baizhang and began to recover from the injury caused by the backlash. He has the power of life. Even if it is a powerful backlash, it only takes the time of a stick of incense to recover. After recovering, he suddenly found that his eyes had changed. Seeing through at a glance with supernatural power, his eyes actually contained more than 100,000 times the power of the divine body. How is this possible? Jian Wushuang himself couldn't believe it. He just glanced at the cave and then was bidden back. But after the restoration, it gave him more than 100,000 times the divine body. Although only the divine body of the eyes has reached 100,000 times, it is constantly being distributed. He raised the divine body 1,000 times in just one day. I understand. Jian Wushuang's face leaked joy, and he stepped forward and approached the cave directly. This scene surprised Fan Feng, not because Jian Wushuang approached the cave again, but because she discovered that Jian Wushuang's backlash had disappeared. The backlash faded in just one day, which was too fast. Even if you have a restored treasure, it will take at least 100 years. Originally, she thought Jian Wushuang would waste this opportunity for nothing, but she didn't expect to be able to recover again, and once again reach the edge of the spring. Wu Zhuo and others looked at each other and smiled, not surprising. But when Jian Wushuang looked into the cave with his head hooked again, his jaw dropped in shock. As you can imagine, Jian Wushuang was shaken back again. But this time Jian Wushuang saw something vague. Unlike last time, I didn't see anything. Chapter 56-51. This shows that his power has become stronger, and if he keeps repeating it, he will be able to see exactly what is hidden in the cave. Although this is not important, it can help him quickly improve his divine body. Wow. This time Jian Wushuang only took a few breaths to repair the backlash of the divine body and return to the peak. The power of the beast god. Jian Wushuang let out a low growl, and the divine body soared to 100,000 times in an instant. The burst of divine power instantly swept the people nearby. Apart from Fan Feng, this force is familiar. This force burst out when Jian Wushuang was fighting against the ancient temple. Fan Feng was not surprised at this. The emperor was able to use the power of the beast within the beast gods, and it was normal. It's just that Jian Wushuang's power of the beast can increase by 20,000 divine bodies, which surprised her a bit. This ability to manipulate has already exceeded the robbery realm. She didn't know that Jian Wushuang had the origin of all things that belonged to Jian Wushuang in the origin of Jian Wushuang when he merged with the beasts. The current beast soldier and Jian Wushuang are like one body. Naturally, it is much stronger when used by others. After Jian Wushuang exploded, he stepped to the cave again. This time, many people have reacted. Every time Jian Wushuang is backlashed, he will quickly upgrade his divine body, which is more than they can sit and absorb for several years. And the recovery is fast. Wu Zue and Hui Qing knew that Jian Wushuang had the power of life, but the others didn't. The backbone Luo, Ken was itchy, stood up before Jian Wushuang could go first, and reach the edge of the cave first. But before he stretched his head to see the appearance in the cave, he was overthrown by a huge force and retreated beyond 10,000 battles, unable to stand up for a long time. Fan Feng sneered, but no one came forward to check the backbone. Several people who were still eager to try stopped this idea. I think Jian Wushuang must have some ability to quickly get rid of backlash. What a lucky little guy. Tong Tian Buddha looked at Jian Wushuang with kind eyebrows and continued to absorb his divine power. Among the 10 of them, they all have double cultivation. The original realm is very high. There is no need to pursue too much of the divine body, of course. It is like this kind of free opportunity, and naturally you have to take it well. Everything depends on one's own good fortune. However, Jian Wushuang had a soft spot for the divine body. At the beginning, the physical body was refined to perfection, and even the origin and the divine body were combined, in order to one day be able to make the divine body first class and reach the peak. The source is strong, that is the matter of the source. The divine body can't direction either. When Jian Wushuang was at Daojun, he had survived several difficulties with his divine body. He will not forget the importance of the divine body. Jian Wushuang, who came to the edge of the cave, looked down at the cave again. This time he saw more clearly, and the vague figure below was a skeleton, a golden skeleton. The terrifying power contained above was filled with Jian Wushuang's body, and the backlash was extremely terrifying. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and stared at him, while the divine body continued to explode, directly using 3 times the power of the beast god. Let his divine body increase to about 140,000 times. The divine body surpassing the limit caused Jian Wushuang's body to tremble. If there is no such shock, he can use the power of the beast 3 times as much, and he can give full play to his strength. But now that it has been severely affected, it can only barely support it. Countless divine powers poured into his body. The original star sky, half of the universe that was lit, had more than 5,000 black holes, and at the same time swallowed that violent divine power. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's body was used to its extreme, and its operation reached its peak. The divine power absorbed was enough for Jian Wushuang to break through 100,000 times the divine body. But he still didn't take a step back, but want to enter the cave. Jian Wushuang looked carefully at the skeleton, and he was familiar with the aura above it. The skeleton lacks an arm, a golden skeleton, where it stands like a sky. A touch of phantom made Jian Wushuang a little dazed. Dong Jun. The owner of this skeleton is Dong Jun, those human races encountered in the starry sky. In Morwa time and space, the desolate god lord got Dongzhen's inheritance and Dongzhen's arm. Jian Wushuang knew Dongzhen's aura very well. How could his bones be here? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. The desolate god lord he saw at the beginning only obtained a section of Dongzhen's arm and the stone axe. This skeleton appears here. I am afraid it has nothing to do with the desolate god, but is related to the of disagreement. Right now, Jian Wushuang had no intention of devouring those divine powers, but wanted to ask the true spirit the origin of this skeleton. Dong Jun was beheaded by extinction. This skeleton is here. I am afraid there is a certain connection with extinction. Just when he thought about it, a terrifying force instantly rose out of the cave, and Jian Wushuang was also knocked out very far by this breath. The rest of the people were also shaken back hundreds of battles. The divine power that soared quickly withdrawn and then disappeared. When everyone looked again, they only saw a one-armed skeleton suspended above the cave. Extinction! Jian Wushuang said in horror. The power of death, all the divine power erupted by the golden skeleton into the skeleton. And the phantom on the skeleton is the appearance of extinction. Jia Jia. I knew you were going to run. I've been waiting here for a long time. Miexing clenched a fist with one hand, and the power of death instantly swept everyone, and then transformed into an unmatched divine power. This is just a clone of extinction. The strength is not very strong, but the opponent can manipulate the golden skeleton. The strength is different. These people, who don't even have the ability to directly see the bones, had to deal with the extinction of manipulating the bones. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate, and when he discovered that it was extinction, he transmitted the sound to the true spirit. It's late. Miexing manipulated the golden bones and shook his head. A divine power barrier suddenly rose up all around. The power of the enchantment was simply not something Jian Wushuang could destroy. Even if the true spirit came, it would take a lot of effort. At this time, there was a simmering sound from outside of Okanchu. Come! Jian Wushuang knew that the true spirit had arrived. It's just that the two of them have cut off their voice transmission because of the barrier. I just don't know how long it will take for the real spirit to break the barrier. The current extinction manipulating the golden skeleton and using the divine power. Even if they are added together, they're not opponents. The rest of the people just stabilized their bodies, and when they heard Jian Wushuang's words, they were all taken aback. Destroyed temple. Zhan Weiyang took the lead in guessing something. The others also suddenly realized. Fan Feng had just recovered, but he didn't understand the matter of extinction. At this time he exclaimed, "Small carving skill. You dare to get an axe at the door of the Temple of Qixin. Aren't you afraid of death?" "Thanks, Tusk. Let me see who this is." Miexing slowly turned his head, looked at Fan Feng, and a purple light burst into his eyes. Chapter 56-52. The beam of power surpassed 150,000 supernatural powers. It directly penetrated Fan Feng's head. Everyone was shocked. The previously injured Backbone Luo couldn't help but retreat to the edge of the barrier. The strength gap is too big. The divine power of extinction and manipulation of the golden bones can at least explode beyond 200,000 times the divine power, much stronger than the ancient temple. Jian Wushuang was seriously injured at this time, and the backlash, like a brand, remained in his body for a long time. Even the strong vitality, constant cleaning, can't be removed. Everyone, Master True Spirit, needs a stick of incense time. As long as we resist the other side, we can live. Jian Wu's double face color is low, and while removing the power of backlash, he comforts everyone. Zhan Weiyang clenched his fist and whispered, Is it time for a stick of incense? He said he was ready to do it. They are all top inheritors with a face and a face, and it is impossible for them to just admit their fate. We'll definitely make a move. Fan Feng, who had just recovered his head, came to Zhen Weiyang's side and said coldly, "Don't rush to do it. His strength is not as simple as you think. We will all die if we don't join hands." After discovering that something was not right, Fan Feng did not stand up, but chose to join hands with everyone. But among the 10 people, Jian Wushuang and the Backbone Luo were both injured and couldn't help Meng at all. The strength of Dongsheng and Wan Yan is too weak. Among the remaining people, only Hui Qing, Wu Zua, and Fan Feng were fairly strong. It wasn't that Jian Wushuang looked down on Zhan Huiyang and Tongtian Buddha. The strength of these 2 people was still far behind. At most, it is comparable to the general Tribulation Realm. If you want to fight with the Tribulation Realm powerhouse, your current strength is not enough. If you are scared, you don't have to do it. Zhen Weiyang's words were arrogant. This made Jian Wushuang a little anxious. Only he knows the terrible extinction. Don't be careless, she's right. Everyone is going to die if you don't join hands. As long as you stick to the incense stick, Master True Spirit will break the barrier. We just have to withstand it. Jian Wushuang hurriedly spoke. It's just the time for a stick of incense, which he guessed. If you don't give these people some confidence, they can't hold it. Now it seems unnecessary. Zhan Weiyang and the others are not without confidence, but because they are too confident. Jian Wushuang drew out a mass of life force and threw it directly at the Backbone Luo, shouting, "Next!" A group of green power flew towards the Backbone Luo, which made the greed in the eyes of Daixing even more triumphant. The next moment, he shot directly and rushed towards the Backbone Luo. The speed is so fast that it surpasses everyone's imagination. The Backbone Luo just froze for a moment and saw the terrifying face of extinction, and the powerful aura spread over it. Just when he felt that what was going to be finished, the extinct body was frozen on the spot. I saw an extra figure behind Mieshing. It was also the only strong one who caught the extinct figure among all the people present. Click! Hui Qing, Hui Ling squeezed Mieshing's ankle, shouted, and directly threw Mieshing out of 10,000 battles. The golden flames that erupted from Hui Qing directly surpassed extinction. "It's you who robbed my disciple!" Hui Qing's figure rose into the air, looking down at the extinction with an extremely domineering attitude. Everyone couldn't help taking a breath. Unexpectedly, Hui Qing would be so powerful now. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but exclaim. The divine power just extinct was at least 200,000 times. Hui Qing was able to suppress the opponent. The current extinction has only a little power of death, but it possesses into Dongzhen's bones and can mobilize the divine power in the bones. However, the clone of extinction has limited strength and has not been able to mobilize much. This made Jian Wushuang worried. If he hadn't been attacked by extinction, he would be able to deal with it at his peak state, but now he was injured and he was not an opponent at all. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Hui Qing stood up again. Miesheng stood up from the ground with difficulty, staring at Hui Qing in the air. Her eyes changed in shock, and she shot instantly. Boom! This time, the divine power exploded from extinction was more than 250,000 times. Obviously, he is constantly getting acquainted with this body. A flash had already arrived in front of Hui Qing. With only one arm extinct, the hand knife slashed towards Hui Qing, and at the same time a huge purple thunder burst out of his eyes, facing Hui Qing's chest. Jian Wushuang's strength recovered a lot, and he quickly reminded, "Be careful!" At this time, Wu Zua and others also exploded in strength, soaring to the sky, going to help. Dongsheng and Wan Yan were persuaded by Jian Wushuang to come back. He can still see through the strength of these 2 people. It's just an ordinary pinnacle, and going up is to die. It's better to protect him here. The Backbone Luo was astonished, absorbing the life force sent by Jian Wushuang. The backlash on his body disappeared instantly, and at the same time the backlash was transformed into divine power, and the divine body directly exploded 90,000 times. When I saw the death in the air, his eyes were full of killing intent. The figure flashed into the air, and he tore off the shattered clothes at random, licking the bones of his upper body. The backbone Luo clenched his fists with both hands and shouted angrily. The breath on his body suddenly changed, and his eyes became sharper. Jian Wushuang below looked in his eyes, a little surprised in his heart. It seems that everyone has a chassis. Backbone Luo should have used some kind of peak secret method, and also the peak secret method of the divine body flow, instantly making the divine body 100,000 times, and also broke out along with the origin, directly possessing the power of the tribulation realm. Also joined the battle group. Not only was Jian Wushuang surprised, but even Extinction was also shocked. Why is there so much power in the tribulation realm suddenly appeared in the Temple of Qi? Forget Fan Feng, the head of the 18 gods. He already knew the details of the other party in ancient times. But now, even among the inheritors he has never looked at, they have such a heaven-defying peak, and they can actually burst out the power of the tribulation realm. Especially Hui Qing burst out with the power he imagined. It was even more terrifying than the Jiangshang he had taken away. At the beginning, he just thought that Hui Qing with Jiangshang was extraordinary. Now it seems that he was wrong. It is precisely because of Hui Qing's difficulty that Jiangshang has the power to fight against the sky. Boom! Extinction broke out again, directly shaking everyone apart. 250,000 times the divine power already had the combat power of the three tribulations realm. Even if Hui Qing and each of them had the combat power of the first tribulation realm and even the second tribulation realm, they could not be opponents of Extinction. Go and die! A golden light burst out from all over Misheng's body. 250,000 times of supernatural power all exploded. Speed and power doubled. The figure flashed and came to Wuzhua with one knee on top, a cloud of purple thunder in his palm, instantly severely wounded Wuzhua and fell from the air. End of this chapter. Chapter 56-53. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang's life force caught Wuzhua in time. Otherwise this time, Wuzhua must fall. Wuzhua, who had recovered from his injury, backed away in an instant, fearing Extinction would target him again. The strength of Extinction now, once it targets someone, someone will fall. This time it was Jian Wushuang in time, but it won't be easy to say next time. Seeing Wuzhua flying around again and again, Mieshang had not only greed in his eyes, but also a murderous intent in his eyes. This is going to be true. That trace of killing intent keeps getting bigger. The Buddha Tongtian felt the most real, and the Buddha light on his body broke out again, and a mighty universe came instantly, wrapping everyone together. Tongtian, leave it to me. Zhen Wuyang nodded to Tongtian Buddha. The two seemed to have some kind of cooperation. The Extinction, who was excluded, was about to attack the universe cover, but found that the pale blue universe cover had shrunk in an instant and only wrapped Jin Wuyang alone. Thanks, strong body. I'm going to see how powerful your divine power is. Zhan Wuyang roared. Heaven and earth eclipsed. The huge real martial arts came. That was the face of Zhan Wuyang himself. At this moment, Jinwu was right in front of him. The real Wuyang, who was transformed into a tens of thousands of battles, resisted the punch of Extinction alone. This makes the Extinction somewhat unexpected. What was unexpected was not how powerful Jin Wuyang was, but the universe cover, which was able to block his attack. That was a punch with 250,000 times the supernatural power. It was actually blocked. Fan Feng stood by, his eyelids trembling constantly. She was once the top 3 ultimate emperor in Morua time and space. How could so many people surpass her after recovering in a blink of an eye? Now Zhan Wuyang's strength has surpassed her. There is also Hui Qing and the universe cover displayed by the Tongtian Buddha. originally thought that resuscitating her was to save the predicament. Unexpectedly, there are so many people who are stronger than her. The long-lost sense of oppression in my heart made her haggard again. She could not forget the period when she was suppressed by the great Jueyun in ancient times. It's just that the great Emperor Jueyun at that time was too powerful, already rivaling the Lord of the Universe. That is the powerhouse of the three tribulations realm who has mastered the universe. It was much stronger than the extinction of possessing and entering Dongzhen's bones now. This made Fan Feng's heart very uncomfortable. I thought that the strong people in the past have fallen, and how she should be the first person. Who would have thought that now even the top 3 can't get in? Although the universe cover is strong, it can't stop the continuous attack of extinction. 200,000 times the supernatural power is not that simple. The next moment, the universe cover began to crack. Zhan Wuiyang's breath also began to decline. With just 2 breaths, Zhan Wuiyang couldn't bear the attack of extinction. With a punch, even if his true martial art has reached the level of the universe, he still can't stop it. Miexing raised his hand, stretched out the palm of the skeleton, and began to gather divine power. A group of hot purple electric lights appeared in the palm of his hand. From the size of a fist, it instantly expanded to the size of 10,000 battles. The power contained in the upper part caused everyone to take a breath, and the color of fear was leaking out of the face. "Everyone must die," Miexing shouted, and directly smashed the purple electric light down everyone. Although he didn't know whether Jian Wushuang's incense stick was true or false, he knew that this was the Temple of Qixin, the chassis of the true spirit. It will change later. These people must be dealt with quickly. He could feel that Jian Wushuang's strength was constantly rising. If you don't solve these people, wait for Jian Wushuang to recover, and it will be even more difficult. Jian Wushuang, now after the success of Hadao, is extremely terrifying in strength. No one knows if the strength displayed on the Tomb God Mountain is full. Extinction dare not delay. The purple electric light got out and blasted directly at the crowd. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank, knowing that if he didn't make a move this time, all these people would definitely fall. Others forget it. But now among these people, there are Hui Qing, Wu Zhuo, and Zhan Wuiyang. These people must not fail to fall. To travel to another time and space, these people still need to roam together so that they can deal with extinction. Can't just watch it like that. Phew! Although Jian Wushuang's strength has dropped a lot now, he can't make a shot himself, but he still has a Guantian chessboard. With countless pawn-sized chess pieces above, he recovered hundreds of them. All have the perfect combat power. Now it comes in handy. Among them, there are several strengths that are comparable to Tribulation Realm. Go! Jian Wushuang pointed out. The phantom of the Guantian chessboard descended, and more than 100 bodies above began to tremble, and then open their eyes. Block him! Jian Wushuang issued an order. Without any hesitation, these recovered chess pieces rushed towards the purple lightning. It's like fire fighting the fire, not regretting death. With the obstacles of these chess pieces, Zhan Wuiyang and the others began to retreat one after another. But the power of electricity is so simple. All the chess pieces were destroyed, and the remaining power still shook everyone to death. Even Hui Qing was seriously injured. Hui Qing now has the power of the second Tribulation Realm. Apart from Jian Wushuang, he is the strongest person. But now everyone has done their best. They are not opponents yet, and they have been seriously injured. Although Miexing was surprised by Jian Wushuang's methods, he didn't think much about it. Jian Wushuang caught this point. He thought that extinction would know about the Guantian chessboard, but he didn't seem to know it. Although the first true king said that no one knew that he was the treasure of time and space, the extinction was an old monster that crawled out of the heavens. Teacher Xuanyi is in the future. The extinction is in the past. Since I don't know the existence of Guantian chessboard, I am afraid that the methods are not as clever as Teacher Xuanyi, and the strength is naturally worse. This also made Jian Wushuang a sigh of relief. Although it was a half-step 7 tribulation realm on the surface, Jian Wushuang was not sure that the opponent didn't have any hole cards. You know Miexing killed Dongjun. Dongzhen's breath, in Jian Wushuang's view, was probably not weaker than Qi Xin. At least it was the 7 tribulations realm, even stronger. Of course, when Dongjun was beheaded, the extinction was still in the heavens, and the extinction at that time was much stronger than it is now. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate at this time, but stood up. This time, either he will die or these people will live. Or die together. Okanshu, calm, it's better to be a hero. Jian Wushuang stepped forward. Dongsheng and Wanyan wanted to stop them. Although their strength was preserved, Jian Wushuang needed Jian Wushuang to help them resist the purple electro-optical aftermath, and it was useless to go up now. Jian Wushuang. Extinction. The two faced each other, and the next moment, Xixing shot directly. The corners of Jian Wushuang's eyes trembled. He didn't say a word yet. Why did he start his hand? This hero is also a little aggrieved. Boom! Hardly resisting Miexing's palm. Jian Wushuang retreated 100 feet. A powerful divine power still gathered on his chest, which remained for a long time. End of this chapter. Chapter 56-54. If it weren't for the beast god soldier to absorb and resist, I'm afraid he would be seriously injured this time. Extinction, I'm very curious. You have calculated me several times and you really want to kill me. Why should you not take my origin? Jian Wushuang was very curious. This extinction stared at him. He understood that. After all, it can swallow his life force. He is the greatest opportunity for extinction. But he has been shooting in the Temple of Qixin. He is really going to fall, even if the source is swallowed by the extinct law body. How can he retreat? After Miexing heard it, he didn't explain, but continued to take action. No opportunity for Jian Wushuang to delay time at all. As long as I can kill you, I can retreat with my whole body. You don't need to worry about this. In fact, you should be proud to be one with you. Then you and I will become the master of this starry sky together. Have fun. Miexing laughed frantically. After hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but look at Jian Wushuang. Obviously, they don't know these things. Jian Wushuang frowned and said coldly, "Why don't you let me swallow you? And the entire starry sky can be given to you, would you?" To swallow the source is to swallow the source. There is no such thing as a unity. Listen to my advice. Your strength is too weak. The starry sky is very deep. Even if you swallow my death power, you can't hold it. If you don't grasp it, it's not what you said. Jian Wushuang lowered his eyebrows. A violent life force burst out instantly. All the backlash from his body was removed. The strength instantly returned to its peak. Jian Wushuang took a breath, and when he looked at Daixing, a smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. "It seems that you are reluctant to say something useful." Jian Wushuang stared at Daixing, but the aura on his body exploded to the extreme. The ultimate under normal conditions now also has the pinnacle of the one tribulation realm, the power of life, after he became the emperor, especially after helping the true spirit to revive the body of the god, became extremely powerful, not as weak as the extinction imagined. He just wanted to test the details of extinction. Since the other party's mouth is so hard, before he left some fear for the other party. Let Miexing know that when he leaves this time, when he returns again, he will exceed the cognition of Miexing. The next time he returns, he will surely behead the opponent, swallow the power of death, and rise to the top. Ever ancient. Phew! A cold wind suddenly blew in the suppressed space. The blowing extinction is a little uncomfortable. When he was at Daojun, he peeped into the power of the starry sky, but he couldn't recognize the death. But now Jian Wushuang was able to truly use this terrifying starry sky power. His face was full of shock. Change! Jian Wushuang looked up to the sky and roared. His figure suddenly changed drastically. The breath on his body has also changed color. Instantly promoted to the peak state, and directly promoted the peak state to the extreme. No one knows how powerful Jian Wushuang is now. If the ancient temple of the frozen demon race appeared in front of him, he would have the confidence to kill the opponent's soul with a single punch. There was a trace of blue electric arc in the light blue arrogance on his body. Jian Wushuang's eyes all turned light blue. He turned his head slightly to look towards extinction and said, "How is it the strength is not bad?" He now has the three tribulations realm, and is even comparable to the master of the universe, who masters the universe. Song. The moment the Jueyun sword was pulled out, absolute killing intent broke out. Jian Wushuang at this time stood at the top of the killing. When Fan Feng, who was badly injured, saw Jian Wushuang pull out the Jueyun sword, he was in a daze as if he saw the shadow of a peerless emperor from the ancient times. Zhan Wuyang and Tongtian Buddha showed incredible glances. At the beginning of the Tomb Mountain, they only saw Jian Wushuang fighting against the ancient temple from a distance, and did not feel the killing aura on Jian Wushuang. When I felt it up close, I couldn't help but trembled. Where did Huiqing stand, looking at Jian Wushuang excitedly, as if everything had returned to the scenes of the fleeing from the great famine? Jian Wushuang once again saved the world. This is the power of the stars. Miexing couldn't believe his eyes. Jian Wu had no expression on both sides, but nodded coldly. The power of the starry sky on him has been condensed into reality, but compared with the power of life, it is not his original power. After all, he hasn't lit up the starry sky yet. Lighting up the starry sky. What is cultivating is the origin, and he has no time to cultivate these years. However, in the future, he is confident to light up his own starry sky, and will not use the power of the stolen starry sky. Miexing gritted his teeth and made a low muffled sound deep in his throat. The power of the stars. He has seen it, but has never used it. That is a level of power related to reincarnation, time and space. Jian Wushuang didn't become that kind of existence, but he mastered this kind of strength, which really surprised him and jealous. Why does this power not belong to him? Even if you have mastered the power of the starry sky, you are still an emperor, an ant that was ravaged by me. Miexing gave a furious rage and shot directly, but now Jian Wushuang had already pulled out the Jueyun sword. Even if the extinction exploded with 250,000 times the divine power, it would not be his opponent. Starry Sky Catalog. Jian Wushuang was not accustomed to the opponent's problems, and directly used the strongest sword. At this moment, the barrier began to collapse. It wasn't the true spirit that broke it, but the power erupted from the Starry Sky Catalog, crushing the barrier into a piece of paper, and it was broken with a poke. As for the extinction of possessed golden bones, it was directly shot out of the source of the law body, and the extinction of the golden bones was lost. It was just an ordinary extinction that could block the sword. Exit. Jian Wushuang slashed with a sword. The source of extinction was instantly turned into powder. As for the golden bones, they have lost a trace of golden light now. This is the first time Jian Wushuang has used the star catalog since he became the emperor. Even he himself didn't expect to be so powerful. He directly destroyed the source of the dying body, and even the golden skeleton was slashed by his sword, losing a trace of golden power. Jian Wushuang held the sword in one hand, panting. If it is an ordinary move, he can use the Starry Sky swordsmanship and can still fight for a while, but the strongest sword in the Starry Sky catalog. Even if he becomes the emperor, it will still be a heavy burden on him when using it. Suddenly drained the power of the stars in his body. Even the eternal changes couldn't be maintained for too long, and they went straight back to normal. At this time, the true spirit also slowly flew over. After feeling that the aura of extinction had disappeared, he sighed in relief, but the killing intent in his eyes did not recede. How can you allow others to sleep soundly on the couch? This is not the first time. Zhanling kept calculating in his heart, and when Jian Wushuang was sent away, he would launch an all-out war against the Temple of Destruction. End of this chapter. Chapter 56-55. Since I don't think about it, don't think about it. Jian Wushuang and the others are his backs. No matter whether they succeed or not, they can give him a thought. As for the others, he can't control so much, he can only fight. It can't be delayed any longer. Otherwise, too much time is given to extinction, and there will be changes in the end. Wow. Zhan Ling waved his hand and directly recovered all the injuries on everyone. This is the origin that mobilized the Temple of Qixin. Jian Wushuang's breath also recovered, but the power of the starry sky could not be recovered. At least let Jian Wushuang rest for half an hour before he can completely restore the power of the starry sky and use the strongest means. Since the life-killing law body has disappeared, you should continue to practice here. This time I will protect you personally until we go to the heavens together, Zhan Ling said solemnly. Everyone was flattered, and after thanking them, they returned to practice again. Jian Wushuang knew what the true spirit meant. This was to prevent these people from revealing the matter of extinction, which was to protect him in disguise. For this, Jian Wushuang is naturally grateful. Niexing obviously came for Jian Wushuang. If this matter is known by other inheritors, if you can't hold it that day, let the true spirit surrender Jian Wushuang. Then it will be troublesome. Although the true spirit can suppress it at will, if it loses its majesty, then it's really over. Convincing power is the first. Sitting cross-legged around the golden skeleton, everyone once again upgraded their divine body. Without the shelter of the cave, they were far away this time. Jian Wushuang is the same. Although Jian Wushuang's divine body had reached 80,000 times now, he still couldn't get close. He originally wanted to ask True Spirit about Dongzhen's affairs, but when he thought True Spirit would ask him why he knew Dongzhen's affairs, that would be bad. There are some things it is better not to say more. Jian Wushuang practiced honestly. After this battle, everyone's views on Jian Wushuang have also changed. Although I know that the extinction is for Jian Wushuang, but when looking at Jian Wushuang, there was no resentment, more jealousy in his eyes. Especially Fan Feng and the backbone Luo. Although on the surface he dared not make times before Jian Wufang, but at the bottom of his heart was very jealous. Fan Feng, in particular, was so jealous when he confronted Emperor Yin that his sisters did not agree. In fact, it was all because of her careful eye. This kind of person is the most terrifying. 100 years have passed by in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, it's time to start. On this day, everyone stopped practicing, because the true spirits have already set up a teleportation formation here, ready to move them directly to the tomb of the gods and then go to the heavens together. After the 10 people stepped onto the teleportation formation, the true spirit was not in a hurry or slow. Under Zhu Qi's eyes, he put Dongzhen's golden bones into his mustard seeds very smoothly. Ahem, that little Zhu Qi. Help me tell your house master, I'll take away the mountain and forest secret realm too. Before Zhu Qi could reply, he jumped into the teleportation formation. The next moment, the teleportation array burst out with dazzling light and instantly took the entire mountain and forest secret realm into the tomb of the gods. No wonder they were asked to go to the tomb of the gods first, and then to the heavens. Feelings are for this secret mountain forest. Jian Wushuang was okay, he was used to it. That's how the original Mayin Mountain was obtained. Although other people are surprised, they dare not reveal disrespect in the face of the true spirit. Follow me to the tombstone. Zhan Ling beckoned and led the crowd from the top of the Tomb God Mountain into a passage. It's black in front of me. When they appeared again, everyone had arrived at a huge dojo. This is the Qixin's dojo and the place where the tombstone is located. It was originally planned to be opened in the near future, but the tombstone has not been dug out, and it has to be delayed for a while. Zhan Ling explained as he walked, leading everyone to the core of the dojo, below the Faxiang of the gods. Jian Wushuang and others raised their heads to look at the gods. Jian Wushuang had known the face of Qixin for a long time. He even touched the body how many times, so he was very calm. There is no surprise. Others are different. When the Tongtian Buddha and Zhenliang were faced with the physiognomy of such a powerful person, they bowed their heads for the first time, and then bowed their heads, not daring to look directly. Wan Yen and Dong Sheng, these two are also similar, and after shock they are also pious. However, among the younger generation, I can't help but look up and down. The true spirit went to the place where the incense burner was placed and lighted himself a few incense sticks. Fan Feng, the head of the 18 gods, fell to his knees, tears streaming down, but he did not dare to make any noise, for fear of disturbing the cleanliness of this place. 3 great gods, 18 gods, 108 messengers. The Divine Master won't say anything. They are all 6 Calamity Realm powerhouses, and their strength is terrifying. God generals are different. Just like messengers, they are all superb. But each of the gods is the ultimate emperor. They are the closest people to Qixin, and Qixin treats them like children. When these gods will see the face of the gods, O Khonshu, calm will naturally reveal sadness. Seeing this scene, I found that Fan Feng was not so annoying. After making a few sticks of incense, I inserted the incense burner at will. Seeing Fan Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, a gentle smile leaked out. "Get up, boy." Fan Feng wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and stood up respectfully. Then Zhanling turned his head and glanced at all of them, with his hands behind his back, and said, "There was once a great existence who predicted the future for the Hall of Uprising. He said that when I got up from the Hall of Uprising, there would be a peerless and powerful person. But this is the price of the existence of a bit, but it will be a complete success. In the past, I was very convinced, but after seeing you, I have changed my previous views. I think you all have the opportunity to become that peerless powerhouse." The true spirit said so truthfully, so that everyone's eyes were full of yearning. Who doesn't want to be a peerless powerhouse? As for one's success, it is not oneself who is dead. Here, I wish you all the best, Soaring Realm, returning to the Temple of Qixin as soon as possible, returning to your hometown, and saving the long river of time and space. Zhanling waved his hand and directly evoked a jar of wine, and in front of everyone, a bowl also appeared. The drinks fly by themselves. Everyone took the bowl and looked at the true spirit with scorching eyes. "It's done." Zhanling directly lifted the jar and finished it in one sip. Everyone did not hesitate and drank cleanly. Jian Wushuang grinned, only feeling that the wine was extremely spicy. Not only did it not help the divine body, but it also made him dizzy. Obviously, not a good wine. Even the Siaf wine. Is Jinling unwilling to offer some good ones? Just as Jian Wushuang vomited in his heart, a mirror-like mirror rose in his mind, and then his body returned to normal. In the mirror, the face of the true spirit appeared. Chapter 56:56. After seeing the true face in the mirror, Jian Wushuang was shocked. "Hey, Jian Wushuang!" Jinling leaked a smirk. Jian Wushuang's heart is a little hairy. Why does he think the wine is poisonous? Is he afraid that people like them will betray the Temple of Qixin? But this time, Jian Wushuang had crossed the abdomen of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. "Master, true spirit, what is this for?" Jian Wushuang asked cautiously. The true spirit peeked out an arm from the mirror and said, "This is a treasure prepared for you. Remember that the treasure must be stored in your own origin space. Otherwise, the cost of transporting into other time and space will be more expensive than yours. Arcana is even more expensive." "Yes," Jian Wushuang quickly agreed, and then took the mustard seed. These are some treasures for them before leaving. After all, in another time and space, no one knows where they will appear. It doesn't hurt to prepare more. This time, the true spirit paid out of his own pocket and took out a part of the treasure from his own collection and distributed it to everyone. Not only was it given to Jian Wushuang, but Huiqing and others also obtained corresponding treasures. In Huiqing's sea of knowledge, Zhanling even took out a crystal ball and handed it to Huiqing. Huiqing, I value you the most. You know this. Don't let me down. You are a pitiful disciple. I know. Don't worry, I will take care of it myself. Zhanling said sincerely, but I wish I was in my heart. Shang is finished sooner. After hearing Zhanling's words, Huiqing's eyes flushed red, but she felt a little bit reluctant. Along the way, Zhanling really took care of him a lot. He never dared to forget. Returning from school will surely repay you. On the other side, Zhanling also said similar things to Wuzhua. Wuzhua, you are the disciple of my deity. Although you are not the strongest, you are the only disciple surviving. Don't lose my face. Don't come back if you don't become a catastrophe. Remember, it's important to save your life. This sentence made Wuzhua instantly think of the original master. Although the number of meetings is very small, he remembers the words of the master instructing them every time. Just stay alive. Wu's face trembled, and he said with emotion, Master teaches that disciples never look at each other. If the Temple of Qixin enters a crisis again, Wuzhua is willing to be the first to die in battle. He was supposed to be in the time and space of Molo, but now the lingering life makes him forget how beautiful it was once. High-spirited is a teenager. Why don't you look back suddenly? He will definitely live up to the glory of Qixin Temple in the past, let alone shame Master. Outside, everyone's expression is very heavy. Zhanling glanced at everyone. His face sank and shouted, Go! Huh. The crowd rose into the air, tearing the sky away and leaving the tomb mountain. From the tomb of the gods, all the way without words, went straight to the heaven. Along the way, there is no stay or reluctance. The northern boundary of the heavens, above the mountains. Among the 10 temples of the gods, the most outstanding inheritors have arrived. There are already people waiting for them here. The real spirit wants to control the big formation, so there is no way to send them personally. Only the master of the palace, Xuanyi, greeted them here. There are more than 1 million messengers around, and there are super messengers with supreme combat power. It is the strong puppet of Xuanyi Hall. Everyone follow me. The hall master Xuanyi didn't talk nonsense, and directly led everyone into the depths of the mountain range. Jian Wushuang looked around and felt a majestic power. Other people also feel it real. Hall Master Xuanyi did not forget to popularize them, and explained, The time and space channel opened this time is the long river of time and space at the core of the starry sky. Relying on divine power as the main force, supplemented by the origin. You may not be used to this just now. Divine power is the main. Jian Wushuang was very surprised. The origin is the right way. How can there be someone who majors in divine power? Hall Master Xuanyi saw Jian Wushuang's doubts and continued. The starry sky is strange and unpredictable. Everything is possible. If there is a major in the source, then there is a major in divine power. Go in. Palace Master Xuanyi stopped, pointed to the dark abyss in front, and said to everyone, This place is just the entrance to the turbulent flow of time and space. In the turbulent flow of time and space, there is a formation that can help. You travel through time and space. Remember, and collect all foreign objects into the original space. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you if you lose it. The true spirit had already informed them about this, and had already included the treasure into the source space. Now, Jian Wushuang has only one set of ordinary clothes on his body. There are no treasures. Everyone stepped into the abyss without hesitation. Jian Wushuang looked back, and at the last glance he froze in the dense jungle and then entered the abyss. After everyone entered the abyss, they were a little uncomfortable at first. Because it is a turbulent flow of time and space, it is dangerous to enter the tribulation realm, not to mention them. Fortunately, the real spirit has cleared all the dangers in the turbulent flow of time and space. They just feel a little uncomfortable physically, but fortunately there is no danger. Before it should be the passage of time and space, woos were reminded everyone. Jian Wushuang also followed his gaze. There was a circular passage in the distance, and the aura exuding above was not divine power, but the life force that Jian Wushuang was familiar with. This surprised him a little. Time and space channels containing the power of life. Unfortunately, his realm is limited, and he has too little understanding of time and space, and he doesn't understand it. Now everyone has come close. When the time came without thinking about it, they entered directly one after another. Before entering, Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing agreed to enter together one after another. It is best that they can appear together. Time and space channel. I don't know where to send them to that long river of time and space. It is even more troublesome if they cannot be transmitted together. So everyone has long left their own secret codes. After going to another time and space, all the titles used were his own names. If you go in and you can't figure out the direction, you will call your name first, and then find a force on the spot to stabilize it first. When everyone is there, we will explore together. Even if you don't want to explore together, get in touch in advance. You can't fight on your own, and when no one can find it, you will be in trouble. Wushuang, Hui Qing, I will go in first. Tongtian Buddha and Zhanwiyang entered the space-time channel together. Then came the backbone Luo and Emperor Guangying. Fan Feng didn't say much, and flew in behind the two of them. Brother Dongsheng, you must be careful with Brother Wan Yan. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Watch the two enter. Finally, woos was started, followed by Hui Qing, Jian Wushuang behind. All have entered the space-time channel one after another. Seeing Du Hui Qing also walked in, Jian Wushuang took the last breath of the long river of time and space and flew in resolutely. Chapter 56-57. There was only a breath of time when Mingming and Hui Qing and the others entered, but no one could be seen in the passage. Jian Wushuang could not understand the space and time in the space-time channel, and it was not surprising. Flying all the way, it's like entering a black hole. Jian Wushuang flew, suddenly felt that his realm was falling continuously. This surprised him, and the power of life is declining very quickly. What's going on? Jian Wushuang panicked suddenly. Not only the realm has plummeted, but even the strength is constantly losing. Soon Jian Wushuang fell out of the emperor realm, become a Taoist. Without the power of the stars, all the power of life is lost. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank, and his strength fell into this way before he walked out of the space-time channel. It was a question of whether he could maintain the immortality after he went out. This is not easy. If he lives in the wilderness and has no combat power, how can he live? But now halfway away, it is impossible to turn around and leave. Jian Wushuang could only bite the bullet and continue to move forward. The realm keeps falling, and the original space in the body has turned into a pole, completely sealed. Jian Wushuang is not even Yenxian anymore, become immortal again. As he walked at this moment, there was a light in front of him, followed by the power of death rushing toward his face. Jian Wushuang felt bad, thinking that he was destroying life again. But without waiting for him to react, the whole person has fallen into a deep sleep. In the dream, he entered another world. He wandered about with strength and saw a magnificent river of time and space. 9 days and 10 places. It's so spectacular. Unfortunately, the next moment, this long river of time and space suddenly shattered. Jian Wushuang was in a daze and saw a goddess. She was wearing a red fairy dress. Her face was beautiful and suffocating. I saw this goddess stepping barefoot into this long river of time and space. 1 step a day, 9 steps are taken, and a 9-color sky is achieved. 1 step and 1 breath. It was the 10th breath at the time of stay, leaving 10 ancient land in secret realm. While staying, Jian Wushuang stared at his eyebrows and saw the other persons look back. At that glance, he didn't dare to breathe. This is a peerless power that creates a long river of time and space. Jian Wushuang was completely frightened. This celestial lady was just an emperor when she first entered this long river of time and space. But with every step taken, a catastrophe is achieved. After 9 steps, he is already a superpower in the 9 tribulations realm. After 10 breaths, it is invincible. How domineering! But in a blink of an eye, the body of the goddess was also shattered. Only 9 days and 10 places are left. After Jian Wushuang finished reading it, he was also led by an invisible force and entered the Gumu continent among the 10 places. The ancient woodland is full of vegetation. When Jian Wushuang's consciousness entered Gumu continent, he heard a voice vaguely. "My dojo, you dare to enter!" Jian Wushuang was frightened and clever, and when he looked back, he saw a familiar figure that blocked the person who spoke for him. Hui Qing. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but shout out. But Hui Qing didn't pay attention to him, but confronted the goddess. What Jian Wushuang didn't expect was that Hui Qing really stopped him. What's the situation? The other party is a celestial lady who has completed the 9 tribulations in 9 steps, able to create the power of the long river of time and space. Hui Qing actually stopped the opponent. The key is how Hui Qing will appear. He didn't see the consciousness of other people, only Hui Qing. At this time, the others also saw the scene that Jian Wushuang saw just now, and when they were blocked by the goddess, they were all blocked by Hui Qing. For a while, everyone was extremely curious about Hui Qing's identity. But then attraction sucked everyone into 9 days or 10 places. Jian Wushuang's consciousness had descended on Gumu continent. Yu Kingdom, King Yanzong. Wu family, ticking. The sound of water droplets in his ears awakened Jian Wushuang, and he was very uncomfortable to wake up. When he just wanted to look up, he felt the severe pain in his chest and the fatigue that came in an instant, making him unable to open his eyes. He is injured. After Jian Wushuang understood, he wanted to mobilize the power of life to recover, but found that he was now not even talking about the power of life. Even the origin of the special element was gone. "Master, you are awake." A sweet voice came, causing Jian Wushuang to shiver. This voice, the eyebrows were almost to the bones, making people tremble all over when they heard it. The key is this young master, is he calling it? Why did he become a master? Obviously coming from other time and space. There should be no acquaintances here. Just when Jian Wushuang was puzzled, a strange memory suddenly struck in his mind. Wu family's child, Wushuang. Great Vietnam. 7-star sect, Qingyun sect. A series of unfamiliar messages were accepted by Jian Wushuang. He also recognized the owner of the voice at this time. Su Meyer. Jian Wushuang uttered a voice of disgust in his throat. That is his personal servant girl. But according to what I knew from that memory, this maid was not a good person. He also knew how the injuries came from. With strong willpower, made Jian Wushuang stand up from the bed and pulled the maid Su Meyer into his arms, and then restrained her neck like suet jade with one hand, fiercely. Said, "Who sent you here?" Su Meyer was strangled and couldn't pass through. Her face was full of horror. The bottom of my heart was even more surprised why this trash master dared to attack him. He is a Daoji cultivator, and he still can't break free. Guyu time and space. The realm of cultivation is very different from the time and space where Jian Wushuang is. It is divided into acquired, congenital, Daoji, Vientiane, Yuan Xin, Mahayana, Immortal, Emperor, and Tribulation realm. This long river of time and space with a long time is stronger than Morwa time and space, and the practice of practice is more perfect. There are few realms divided, and immortality alone encompasses the realms of Yenxian, Dianxian, and Daojun. The maid whose neck was strangled by him was a Daoji monk, and his body was just an ordinary congenital monk. The age is even less than 18, only 17. But now the strength that is not weak to Daoji has burst out. How can this not surprise the maid Su Meyer? "Master Wushuang, I am Meyer." Su Meyer still wanted to quibble, but Jian Wushuang was very decisive. holding Sue Meyer's face with one hand, and said coldly, "If you don't tell the truth again, I will tear your face." Sue Meyer's face changed from unbelievable to fear. She could feel that this young master seemed to have changed and was different from before. If she kept concealing it, she might really tear her face. I said, "Young Master Meyer will tell you everything." Jian Wuxuang pushed her away and walked off the bed, but the tear in his chest made him almost fainted. Touched his chest, it was all blood. Chapter 56-58. When I look around, my eyes are all flowers, but also vaguely saw this dilapidated room. The Wu family, the Yu country, can be ranked in the top 10 big family. It is famous for its swords, and even has a Wu family sword tomb with the strongest sword of the Yu country above it. Jian Wuxuang was born into such a family, but luck was actually good. Unexpectedly, he was framed just after being reborn. In his mind, he learned the memory of this body. As a child of the Wu family, he naturally uses swords, but his natural cartilage is unable to cultivate magical power at all. Although the pill was piled up to become an innate monk, his supernatural power is not as good as the acquired monk. Slowly, the family gave up on him. If this is the case, it is actually good. But what he didn't expect was that the stepmother of this body was scorpion-hearted. It was good to him at first, maybe because he was just a trash. But in an accident, the stepmother Qin Qingxian discovered a prototype of a sword bone in his body. Sword bone. That is a born sword embryo. With sword bones, it can be said that those who are nailed to the plate will become immortal. Moreover, he will master the ultimate kendo and become the most defying swordsman. It was precisely because of this sword ancient fact that Wu Shuangcai couldn't practice supernatural power, because most of the repaired divine power has entered the sword bone and has been nurturing the sword bone. The glory of Wu Jizu gave birth to a man with a sword and bones. Wu Shuang is second. People with sword bones, the supernatural power cultivated in their childhood, will enter the sword bones. This is why Wu Shuang was scolded as waste. Sword bones need a lot of treasures to condense and form. After Qin Qingxian learned about it, he went all out to cultivate Wu Shuang. Although the Wu family was a little puzzled, they all admired Qin Qingxuan's character. She was Wu Shuang's stepmother. There is no need to take care of Wu Shuang in this way. Besides, she also has children. He is a half-brother of Jian Wuxuang. But outsiders don't know that Qin Qingxuan's all this is actually for his son. She wanted the sword bone in Wu Shuang's body to be transplanted to her son, Wu Di. Wu Di is only 1 year younger than Jian Wuxuang, just turned 16 this year. When he was a child, Wu Shuang's father, Wu Yong, was very fond of Wu Shuang. After all, he grew up in an orderly manner, but later discovered that Wu Shuang's physique was not suitable for cultivation at all. So he gave up and became more and more indifferent. On the contrary, Wu Di showed extraordinary potential, which made Wu Yong raise his head in the family. Wu Yong's strength is only the realm of Mahayana, and he has not even reached the immortal. Although he is a direct descendant, he doesn't have much power. It was this son that allowed him to step into the middle of the family and become the elder of the family. Wu Di, who is only 16 years old, was already a monk in Vientiane. It's really amazing. Jian Wuxuang was also very impressed. He was still an ignorant boy at 16. But these vicious guys actually dug Wu Shuang's sword bones and gave it to Wu Di. This makes him very upset, although only borrowing this body. But since he was reborn in this body, he must seek justice for Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang and Wu Shuang. It's really fate. Jian Wuxuang picked up the kettle on the table and took a sip in his mouth. Looking at Sue Meyer, who was crawling on the ground, she said coldly, "Get out of here!" Sue Meyer knelt on the ground, and Chu Chu stared at Jian Wuxuang pitifully and said tremblingly, "Thank you, young master, for not killing me. Qin Qingxian instructed me to do everything. Don't worry, I never kill women." Jian Wuxuang waved his hand. Sue Meyer was obedient, and under his threat she said everything. His memory of 3 days ago is very vague, and he doesn't know much. Consistent with the absorbed memory. After understanding the current form, it also stabilized. There's no worry about life and death for the time being. After Su Meyer heard his words, she leaked a flattering smile, got up in a hurry, and was about to leave. Jian Wushuang stared at her back and shook his head. Whoosh! One of the chopsticks on the table was ejected by his finger and directly penetrated Su Meyer's chest. Humph! Wushuang doesn't kill women. Jian Wushuang doesn't have this burden in my heart. Now he is Jian Wushuang, an invincible emperor who has lived for several epochs and has not yet recovered his strength. How can you be soft-hearted? After solving Su Meyer, Jian Wushuang dragged her corpse into the bed, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to regain his strength. Now his realm has fallen too much. Can only barely maintain the strength of Vientiane. This strength is not enough to seek justice for Wushuang. Then think again. He can be said to be unaccompanied here. His mother, Wei Qi Mingyue, died early. His father, Wu Yong, looked down on him. He hadn't seen each other for several years, and he was neither lukewarm nor lukewarm when he saw him. When he was outside, it was even more as if he hadn't seen him. In a world where Wu is respected, especially in a big family like the Wu family, a trash son almost nailed Wu Yong to a pillar of shame. If it weren't for Wu Dis reasons, I'm afraid Wu Yong would not be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. It is for this reason that he is reluctant to face Wushuang. Jian Wushuang shook his head and sighed. Poor child! Pity! Pitiful! The seedling of the ultimate way was taken away by the vicious stepmother. If he had guessed correctly, it is probably because of Wushuang's death that he would enter this body. Reincarnation of the world. Wushuang is dead, but his name is still alive. But to add a lost sword in front of Wushuang, Jian Wushuang, phew, after repairing it for a while, although Jian Wushuang's realm dropped a lot. According to the experience of his previous life, he quickly used some of the repaired magical power to stop the blood from the chest injury. Now Wushuang, who does not have a sword bone, can cultivate a very strong divine power. It can be regarded as lifted the shackles. A mortal body lives the life of a mortal. Soon, 3 days passed. Wushouse Han, in the courtyard where the female relatives are resting, in a gorgeous manner, Chen Qingxian with a beautiful face is guiding his son's cultivation. My son, how is the recovery of the body? Chen Qingxian looked at her proud son in a dozingly. Wushuang was not the only one injured in the transplantation of sword bones. At this time, Wu Di was also very weak. However, with the blessing of countless treasures, he soon adapted to the backlash brought by the sword bone. And this sword bone had already achieved consummation in his body. He had a sword eye, but now he has a sword bone. The enemy of Wu in the future, I am afraid, will really become invincible. But he didn't feel too happy. When he looked at his mother, there was confusion and a trace of unwillingness in his sword eyes. He already had sword eyes, and the road to invincibility had been opened. Why go to ask for a sword bone from a weak person? The current Wu Di is still too young to understand or reconciled, is unwilling to self-esteem. As for Wushuang, he didn't take it seriously. Although Chen Qingxian is Wu Dis' mother, he still doesn't know what his son thinks in his heart. Chapter 56-59. Mother, I'm fine. Wu Di said indifferently and only replied softly. Chen Qingxian was very excited, and then said, It's fine if it doesn't matter. You just need to heal your wounds here. There is me outside. The outside world. Wu Di was a little puzzled. What happened to the outside world that his mother said? He didn't have a good impression of Wushuang, and he never regarded him as an opponent. Naturally unclear, but Chen Qingxian knew. Even Wushuang doesn't know that he still has an uncle, an immortal uncle. Moreover, he has arrived at Wu's house. It's Yuqi Ming Feng. Chen Qingxian slowly got up, leaning against Wu Di. Wu Dis' expression moved, and he was surprised. Is that Ming Jiao Tian Jiao, Xiao Ming Wang Wei Qi Ming Feng? Yu Kingdom has 2 supersections. One is the Orthodox 7-star sect of Gumo Continent, and the other is Mingjiao. The seven-star sect, the Azure Cloud sect, has the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth, and is said to be related to the goddess who opened up the ancient moon time and space, and has been passed down to this day. It is the first sect of Vietnam. Even the royal family respected King Yuanzong. But Mingjiao is different. It is a rising star, although not as long as King Yuanzong's history, but the overall strength is not weak King Yuanzong. Xiao Mingwang Wei Qi Mingfeng is one of the few talents of Mingjiao today. This is a big man. Even the Wu family must take it seriously. Although Wu Di was young, he yearned for the arrogant, and he also had confidence in his heart. Unexpectedly, this kind of character is actually related to that waste brother, Wu Shuang. Don't be careful, I have sent your uncle back. Yu Qi Mingfeng is just an immortal after all. Your uncle is an emperor. Chun Qingxian was very confident. What about Mingjiao Tianjiao? This is Wu's house, the family of the Yu Kingdom, the superfamily under the Qinjianmen of the seven-star Zongmen. In terms of background and strength, they are much higher than Xiao Mingwang. After seeing his son, Chun Qingxian hurriedly left. Wu Jia Guest House. The eldest son of the three-bedroom of the contemporary Wu family is the uncle of Wu Di, as well as the uncle of Wu Shuang. Wu Qiong is confronting a handsome young man with abundance. Wu Qiong, my nephew is just a concubine from your third room. Why stop me? Since you don't take him seriously, why don't you let me take the lead? Yu Qi Mingfeng's tone was cold. He owes a lot to this nephew. When his elder sister fell, he was in retreat. Now the elder sister who has passed away has fallen, and the nephew, who had never met, has also become the laughingstock of the Wu family. He will naturally pick it up. This is his last relative. Even if it is a trash, he has to shelter his whole life. Unexpectedly, Wu Jiaran refused to let him take it away on the grounds of his family's children. This made him never expect. With the Wu family's temperament, it is a slaughter, but it is also a waste of cultivation that can't produce supernatural power. Hopefully, let Wu Shuang go with his uncle. This will also be able to win over a future arrogant. Wu Qiong always smiled, neither sinning nor fulfilling this Xiao Mingwang. Brother Mingfeng, don't worry about my children from the Wu family. Wu Shuang is also doing well in the Wu family. Why are you doing this? It's a beautiful thing to let him spend his life free. Yu Qi Mingfeng had doubts in his heart and paused for a while and said disdainfully, "Haha, a lifetime of leisure." If this is the case, he would feel relieved. But a few days ago, there was a burst of heartache, which was a backlash brought about by cause and effect. He felt that something had happened to the nephew, and coupled with the fall of his sister, he hurried out of the customs. Before coming to Wu's house, he inquired about his nephew's experience, and he had already made up his mind to take Wu Shuang away. Isn't that good? A voice interrupted the confrontation between the two. It was Chun Qingxian who entered the hall. Yu Qi Mingfeng didn't turn his head, but a terrifying sense of oppression broke out. Seeing this, Wu Qiong also changed his eyes. Chun Qingxian was neither humble nor overbearing. Walked up to Wu Qiong, gave a polite, then looked at Yu Qi Mingfeng and slowly said, "Wu Shuang is not a concubine, but he is also my son in terms of status. So Mingfeng brothers are not worried. Wu Shuang, after all, is Wu." These words are also persuading Wei Qi Mingfeng to retreat, but the other party would give up like this. Wu Qiong also nodded with a smile and remained silent. The confrontation in the hall continued. After 3 days of correction, Jian Wushuang finally recovered his injuries. Jian Wushuang let out a foul breath. Except for his soul, he is just a mortal now. The source hasn't been activated yet, and he can't restore the peak at all. Need to find a helper. Jian Wushuang frowned. If he continued to cultivate like this, he would probably have to live again. But looking for a situation now, how can he have time to live a lifetime again? Slowly cultivate the talent of this body. I am afraid that it will take at least 10,000 years to reach the immortal, that is, to open the origin of the eternal immortal. Even if he has previous life experience, it will take hundreds of years. and also need a lot of foreign objects. He can't wait. Coming to this time and space is to achieve the tribulation realm. In fact, hundreds or even 10,000 years are not too long. It's just the current situation that makes him afraid to wait. What if the stepmother killed him? If you are undecided, you still have to slip away first. If there is an emperor who is willing to help him, only needs a trace of the source of power to induce the source space in his body, and he can instantly draw out the power of life. With the power of life, he can quickly recover to the peak. It's just that he is unaccompanied now. Where can he go to find the emperor to help him? When Jian Wushuang was embarrassed, he felt a sudden karma coming from the bottom of his heart. It's not far away, and the opponent's strength is very strong. Jian Wushuang raised his brows. There are too many people in Wu's family who have blood connections with him, but the feeling he gave him was very indifferent. But the breath that had just arrived was extremely gentle. He is a close relative, and his attitude towards him is different from that of the Wu family. This surprised Jian Wushuang very much. Now he lacks such a relative. As long as he recovers to the peak, the grievances of this body can also be quickly resolved, and then it is time to look for other people. I don't know where Hui Qing and the others have gone. According to the memory of this body and all the things he had seen before, this long river of time and space is very powerful. It was indeed the same as the Hall Master Xuanyi said. It was even stronger than the original Morua time and space. It is one of the 9 most dazzling time and space in the starry sky. Its internal structure is also different from other time and space. The main structure is 9 heavens and 10 earth. As for the universe, it is like a star, floating above the long river of time and space. Gumu continent is one of the 10 places. He entered the Gumu continent. Where did Hui Qing and Wu Zhu go? At this time, other people also have the same idea. It's just that what happened to other people is better than Jian Wushuang. But it's not much better. They are all working hard to restore the peak. Chapter 5660. But what happened to Hui Qing was different from them. But I don't know whether it is good or bad, and everything is still unclear. The universe is undecided. The 10 people in Qixin Temple all have different situations, but their goals are the same: be bigger and stronger and create greater glories. Jian Wushuang didn't think about it either, but got up and left the room. As for the corpse of that maid, nothing was left of it long ago. Walking out of the room and pushing open the door of the small courtyard, there are 2 men standing outside in strong costumes. The strength is like the early days of Yantian. When Jian Wushuang came out, his eyes condensed. The 2 of them were arranged here by Chen Qingxian. Originally, he wasn't going to stare at Jian Wushuang, but that way Qi Mingfeng suddenly came up. She was also afraid that Jian Wushuang would go out, so she was going to be under house arrest for a period of time. At the same time, people sent treasures, and they were going to repair Jian Wushuang's injuries first. Even if she didn't agree to let Yu Qi Mingfeng take Jian Wushuang away, if the other party wanted to see Jian Wushuang, she wouldn't be able to stop him. At that time, Jian Wushuang's body was found to be injured, and that would be bad. However, what didn't make Chen Qingxian think that the treasure she had bestowed had been swallowed by these 2 Vientiane monks? They all think that Wushuang is just a waste. Even if it is given to the treasure, it is not easy to use. It's better to make them both cheaper. In the past, they did the same. Master Wushuang, you are not taking good care of your injuries here. Where are you going? A triangulated Vientiane monk stepped forward and blocked Jian Wushuang's path. Although the 2 of them didn't know why this Wushuang young master wanted to heal here, but since Chen Qingxian had explained, he would not let Wushuang leave here for half a step. Jian Wushuang didn't even glance at the 2 of them and said coldly, "What is this young master going to do? Do you still need to ask you for instructions?" The 2 servants of the Wu family dared to offend him so much. It seems that this body has passed very badly, despite Chen Qingchuan's hypocritical care. I am afraid that no one is looking at him. seeing the originally cowardly character and unable to repair the young master waste, suddenly became hardened, making people startled. There was no reaction for a while, but when Jian Wushuang continued to walk outside, the two blocked Jian Wushuang's path at the same time. Thanks, where the young master is going. Naturally, the subordinates dare not ask more, but someone said above, "Please forgive me for asking me to take care of the young master here." In front of Wushuang, a broad chest leaked out. Jian Wushuang sneered. It was really unexpected that one day he would be threatened by two mortals. "You are looking for death." Jian Wushuang's eyes leaked murderous, and he lifted his leg and kicked directly into the chest of the man with triangle eyes. The power of this foot was very strong, and the other party didn't take it seriously, thinking that Wushuang in front of him was still the old trash master, and he didn't pay attention to it at all. But what he didn't expect was that he kicked him several battles far away with just one kick, and the body was seriously injured. Divine, power-based practice system. The physical body is the first level. The mundane is the main body of cultivation. Divine power is like the source, just like these two Vientiane monks in front of me. Although he was immortal, he possessed a tenfold divine body, an already tyrannical body. However, before Jianwu Duan, it was still not enough. Although his body is weak now, he has the experience of his previous life, coupled with his strong soul, and now he has the highest combat power in Vientiane. Although his body is weak, his divine power is extremely strong. He was quite surprised that he didn't kick the opponent to death just now. The practice system of this time and space is very interesting. Another Vientiane monk stared at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang would suddenly do it. This surprised the two of them. The triangular-eyed young man who was kicked so far was full of anger and stood up directly regardless of his injuries. He shouted at Jian Wushuang angrily, "You stinky kid, don't know how to promote it, or you will regret it today." Being beaten by a trash. Even if the other party is Wu family children, they are just slaves, but they also have unwillingness and anger in their hearts. Regret. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist slightly. There are many things that make him regret, but each piece is not something that these chores can do. The next moment, his figure flashed, and he instantly reached the opponent's eyes, and a hand knife directly cut off the opponent's head. Hot blood spewing instantaneously. The triangular-eyed man was completely shocked when his companion was killed instantly. He never expected that the cowardly young master was a waste. He killed a Vientiane monk in an instant. How dare you kill someone? The triangular-eyed man kept backing away, pointing to Jian Wushuang's trembling words, and could not say complete. But in private, he has already transmitted the voice, calling for help. Chun Qingxian gave the order to die, not to let Jian Wushuang go out for half a step. At the same time, a group of patrolling monks had already approached here. It's just that Chun Qingxian in the guest hall, his eyes flashed, and a faint uneasiness appeared in his heart. This anxiety seemed to not be the Yuqi Mingfeng in front of him, but Wu Shuang. That Wu Shuang who has completely become a waste. The previous care was only for the sword bones. Today's Wu Shuang has been completely reduced to waste. The reason why Wei Qi Mingfeng was prevented from taking it away was because he was afraid that things would be revealed. It only takes a few months to erase everything. Then, the sword bone really belonged to her son Wu Di, and Wu Shuang was completely reduced to waste. No need to bother about it anymore. But now Yuqi Mingfeng appeared, but she had a murderous intent in her heart. Although the sword bone can be stolen, the trace cannot be erased. In case it was discovered, that would be bad. She was not worried that someone would make a name for Wu Shuang, but that she would be infamous for her son. Wu Di is everything to her, is her proudest son. Don't humiliate her son's reputation because of a trash. Hold him, I have arranged for someone to go. Chen Qingchuan's surface was dull, but privately he had arranged personnel to stop Wu Shuang. At the same time, she was also very surprised why Jian Wushuang would recover so quickly and still be able to kill a Vientiane monk. Although the strength of the 2 Vientiane monks she sent in the past was very weak. But Wu Shuang is nothing but a congenital. Even if the treasure she gave could make him break through and become a doji, it would not be so powerful. Naturally, she did not expect that Wu Shuang died 3 days ago. Wu Shuang now is no longer the Wu Shuang he used to be. Although he took away Wu Shuang's sword bones, he also added a sword character to Wu Shuang's name. Let's talk about Jian Wushuang's side. Killing a mundane, casually, this was normal for him. It was the triangular-eyed man who yelled and made him very upset. He can now clearly feel that friendly cause and effect right in the central hall of the Wu family. No time entangled with these little guys. Chapter 56-61. Even when he tried to solve another Vientiane monk, he was lazy and left. At this moment, there was a white runner who flew in from the sky with dozens of people. Come! Jian Wushuang is familiar with it. Follow the description in memory. The white robe youth in front of him has an unusual relationship with him. Like him, they are all children of the Wu family. It's just that this young man in white robe is a direct descendant of Sanfeng. It was Wu Qiong's second son, Wu Liang. Calculated by age, Jian Wushuang had to call the other cousin. But this cousin didn't make him much embarrassed. He was even humiliated at the beginning. Seeing Jian Wushuang approaching, Wu Liang raised his head, not looking at his cousin with his straight eyes. A waste, no matter where there is no trace of respect. Even blood relatives. Even Jian Wushuang himself felt that the other party was fine. Regarding the treatment of waste, it is generally ignored. But even a waste has to make things difficult. So what is the difference between this person and waste? The key is that the original Wu Shuang is not a waste at all, but the ultimate kendo powerhouse in the future. Killing a servant privately, this is a felony. Take him down for me. Wu Liang commanded his men indifferently. In his eyes, this cousin is not as good as a family servant. Of course, there are also instructions from his father. Although he didn't know why Wu Shuang was detained, he was lazy to ask. There are dozens of Vientiane monks, and the leader is still a monk of the Yuan Shin stage. Jian Wushuang's current strength is not an opponent at all. What's more, that Wu Liang was born 10,000 years, and he was in the Mahayana period. In this case, we will lose. Jian Wushuang, who didn't have any whole cards, only had the power of the soul. Just as these people gathered around, a powerful thought force suddenly rose. It directly freezes everyone in place. Wu Liang looked surprised, staring at Jian Wushuang, and said in astonishment, "How is it possible? How can you, a trash, have such strength?" Strength. Jian Wushuang was like looking at an ant. Although the Wu family is good in Vietnam, it ranks among the top 10 families. But in his eyes it was too weak. Even when he was a Taoist monarch, he could single-handedly challenge the entire Wu family. The release of the power of the soul instantly attracted the attention of the strong inside the Wu family. In a quiet place, an old man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were shocked. What a strong soul power! At the same time, in the family powerhouse, some family powerhouses who have retired have also left the customs one after another. A mysterious soul power suddenly appeared in the family. This is a big deal. Wu Qiong, the eldest son of the 3 rooms who was originally in the guest hall, also felt it, and his complexion suddenly changed. Compared with Chun Kingchuan's matter, this matter is more important. Wei Qi Mingfeng, Wu Shuang's matter, I think it's going to be slowed down. Wu Qiong's expression changed, leaving only a law body. The deity rushed in the direction of Jian Wushuang. Chun Qingxian is just an immortal, unable to feel the power of the soul at all. Naturally, I don't know anything. Instead, he stared at the handsome young man with a smile, but had other thoughts in his heart. Although Yuqi Mingfeng is also an immortal, his strength has reached the limit of Dao Sovereign, but he is a Mingjiao Tianjiao, and the emperor is not weak in strength, so he naturally felt the power of the soul. Although the power of the soul is unfamiliar, there is a causal connection. Related to his sister. Is it the nephew who has never met? This surprised him too. I see. There is no need to wait any longer. Yu Qiming Feng shot directly. He had already seen that Wu Qiong only left the Dharmakaya. Can't stop him at all. Wu Qiong's complexion changed drastically and said angrily, "Bold!" But Yu Qiming Feng sneered. "Why don't you dare?" He is the arrogant of Mingjiao. Although the Wu family is backed by the seven-star sect King Yanzong, it is nothing more than a dog. What about the people of the Azure Cloud sect? He is not afraid, and he is not a fool. These people embarrass him so much for their nephew. I'm afraid there is something I don't want him to know. He will naturally not let go. Jian Wushuang's soul power was released. Even he himself didn't know that it would cause such a big shock. For a time, I felt several powerful auras rising into the sky. Broken! Jian Wushuang secretly said badly. It suddenly occurred to him that this place is a time and space dominated by divine power. The power of the soul is different from here. Although his soul realm is only at the emperor level, his soul realm has long surpassed the emperor's realm and is stronger than the robbery because of the essence of the source. Has reached the level of the Lord of the universe. This has attracted the attention of countless people, but now there is no other way. I can only hope that the strong man who is related to his cause and effect will come quickly. He only needs a trace of the source of the opponent's body to be able to restore the peak. Although the strong in this time and space is the source of divine power, it is also the source. It can also restore him to his peak. Without the strength of him, he has no confidence in anything. Soon, several emperors arrived. Wu Liang, what happened here? It was the elder in the family who spoke first. The white-browed old man stared at Jian Wushuang. He could feel the mysterious soul power. Calm comes from the young man in front of him. Seeing the arrival of so many powerful men, Wu Liang was also shocked, but he quickly reacted and quickly told Jian Wushuang about Jian Wushuang. The white-browed elder leaked a strange expression. He didn't know about Jian Wushuang, a collateral child in the family, although they are also the disciples of their 3 rooms, with 9 rooms have tens of thousands of children in each room, and they know everyone everywhere. What's more, he is a young boy who is only a few decades old. For the strong above the immortal, a retreat is 10,000 years or even millions of years. It is normal if it is not clear. After knowing that it was from their own family, these people were relieved. It's just my family. If you are a strong outsider, you have to be careful. Elder Bai Mei breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang, and said, "Your Excellency, but the reincarnated body?" Just a few decades after his birth, he has such a powerful soul power. It can only make him think of reincarnation. But the guess was good. Jian Wushuang was indeed a reincarnation. Jian Wushuang didn't hide it either, because it didn't make sense. He nodded slightly. So much the better. Everything is clear. If the opponent cooperates, he can recover to the peak faster. It's just that he is a little worried. What if these people take action against him? I don't know the identity of your friend. Elder Bai Mei asked carefully. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and replied, "I am not from the ancient Wood continent." This is not to lie to the other party. He is indeed not a strong man on the ancient Wood continent, and does not even belong to this time and space. Oh, that's it. There was a strange color in the eyes of the old man with white eyebrows. At the same time, it was also transmitted to the real strong in the family. Chapter 56-62. A strong man after reincarnation. Come to their Wu family. I don't know if it is good or bad. Needless to say, the benefits, having the blood of their Wu family, is equivalent to having deep cause and effect. In the future, I will return to the top, and I will not forget the Wu family. It's a beautiful thing. There are disadvantages. I just don't know what he was like before reincarnation. What if he is a strong magician and harms the Wu family, and they don't have any details, and they don't know the strengths or weaknesses? This matter is not something he can decide, as an elder of the three chambers. Need to ask the real strong in the family. Wu Qiong, who had rushed over. Her expression changed drastically when she heard this. He knows what Chen Qingxian did. I'm afraid I can't hide it now. Moreover, Yu Qi Ming Feng, his law body, couldn't stop him. He had already rushed towards this side. Wu Qiong, take this seriously. After hearing Wu Qiong's voice transmission, the elder Bai Mei frowned. The sword bone matter has been revealed. Elder Bai Mei exclaimed first, then regretted. I heard that it was transplanted to Wu Di, and I was relieved. At least from the family. There is no cheap to outsiders. But in this way, you are offending the reincarnated person in front of you. But compared with the sword bone, it is not a loss. There was just one thing that puzzled Elder Bai Mei. Why was it transplanted to Wu Di instead of Wu Qiong's eldest son or second son Wu Liang? I'm afraid there are hidden secrets in this. But this is not important. What should be done to Wu Shuang right now? Such a big thing happened. Wu Yong, who was Wu Shuang's biological father, had already been brought over in the city below the mountain. My son, it turned out to be a reincarnated person. Wu Yong was first exclaimed, and then he was overjoyed. Although his strength is average, he also knows about reincarnation. Those who can be reincarnated are all Emperor's great abilities. Maybe they are the absolute powerhouses. In this way, he has another backer, and he is his own son, an emperor and a strong man. The other son, Wu Di, although he has a strong aptitude, he still hasn't grown up yet. Wu Shuangke, who was reincarnated, was different and could quickly return to his peak. But then it will be a big backer. The eldest son is the reincarnated body. The emperor is powerful. The second son had sword eyes and sword bones that he didn't know, and he was even more gifted by the emperor. Wu Yong's previous life, He Di Ning, will have such two proud sons in this life. Wu Qiong glanced at this unsuspecting younger brother, her expression a little embarrassed. The bottom of my heart is a sneer. The reincarnated body, even Wu Yong's son, probably won't give him too much good face because of previous events. As for the second son, Wu Di, it is even more intriguing. And because of the sword bone matter, I am afraid that I have already harbored a grudge, so it would be nice not to seek revenge from them. Elder Bai Mei knew this too. There must be a decision now. Wu Shuang is a strong reincarnation, and regardless of the future, he will grow into a super strong in the near future, even the most powerful. And Wu Di, with absolute aptitude, will become an emperor in the future and even an absolute top. Both of these are the hope of the family. It's better not to give up if you can. If you really want to give up, also give up Wu Shuang. After all, it is a reincarnation body. Wu Di, but the real Wu family, the direct line of the family, the real powerhouse of the clan, quickly arrived here. He was dressed in a simple black robe, and his expression was cold, and the breath on his body also carried an absolute sense of oppression. In the Wu family, if the emperor is considered a high-level person, Zhu Jian is the leader of the house. But within the clan, Jiejing is the backbone of the family. It is also their capital for standing in Vietnam. And this black robe powerhouse is a robbery realm. He was a powerful saboteur who could not survive the third calamity. Even so, the strength of this person is second only to the ancient temple that Jian Wushuang killed. The divine body is definitely more than 100,000. He is the superpower of the real body stream. His arrival instantly suppressed Jian Wushuang's powerful soul power. Jian Wu is a bit embarrassed, and the oppressive feeling on the opponent is very strong. I'm afraid it's against him. I don't know your name? The black robe old man asked. Jian Wushuang answered indifferently. Jian Wushuang. At this time, Yu Qi Ming Feng also rushed over. Seeing that so many powerful people gathered here, I also felt something was wrong. But Jian Wushuang was overjoyed at this moment. The strong man who had a cause and effect with him seemed to be the one in front of him. At the moment, he directly transmitted the voice to the other party, showing his identity, and said what happened. He is right to pretend to be reincarnated. But after all, he is the other party's nephew. It's just pretending to have awakened the memories of previous lives. The other party will still read this friendship. After Yuchi Mingfeng heard Jian Wushuang's voice transmission, he was amazed in his heart. Unexpectedly, his nephew was actually a reincarnated body. There is also some loss. The only relative is actually a reincarnated strong man. Although the bloodline is correct, there are always some differences. But since he needs his help, he will not shirk. Right now, the Wu family probably won't let Jian Wushuang leave and even kill them. For those who are irrelevant, you can retreat. The strong black robe waved his hand. The next thing, it will be detrimental to the family. Naturally, I don't want those little guys to know. You reading www.okanshu.com, only Wu Qiong who knew about this, and Wu Yong and the elder Bai Mei stayed. The black-robed old man looked at Yuchi Mingfeng again and said, "People of Mingjiao, this matter has nothing to do with you. You can also leave." Without any room for discussion, he tore the space with a wave of his hand and wanted to send Yuchi Mingfeng out. Jian Wushuang stood up right now and stopped the opponent directly. "Senior, according to the seniority in this life, I should call you ancestors. If you have anything, you might as well just say, why bother and move the crowd like this?" Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at the black-robed old man. He is indeed flowing with the blood of the Wu family, although only reincarnated for 3 days. But he has the body of Wu Shuang. It's just that the soul is different. Seeing this, the black-robed old man turned his eyes. However, Yuchi Mingfeng condensed a group of divine power origin, walked to Jian Wushuang, patted Jian Wushuang's shoulder, and transferred the divine power origin into Jian Wushuang's body. Wu Shuang is right. If the Wu family feels unbearable, I will take him away, Yuchi Mingfeng said firmly. He has already transmitted his voice to the strong men of Mingjiao nearby. Right now, I'm afraid it's not that simple. The opponent is a strong robbery realm. He is nothing but immortality. Even if it is Tianjiao, it is not enough to be able to match the emperor. Seeing this, the black-robed old man pressed the killing intent in his heart and said calmly, "In that case, go to the clan hall." He is a strong robbery realm, an immortal. Even if he stays behind, it doesn't matter. Kill them together if it's a big deal. What about the Tianjiao of Mingjiao? After all, is just an immortal. Clan hall, the core of the Wu family. The black-robed old man, Wu Chongqing, is the great elder of the Wu family clan. He is the number 2 person in the Wu family. Chapter 56-63. Strength is ranked in the top 3. The first strength is naturally the ancestor who founded the Wu family. The ancestor of the Wu family who has been retreating in Jinzhong for many years. It's just such a trivial matter that ancestor will not show up. Only when a new tribulation realm powerhouse appears in the family, the ancestor will show up once. As for the patriarch of the family, he is not in the Wu family now. So this time, Wu Chongqing will be allowed to come forward. Jian Wushuang was curious in his heart. How many tribulation realms exist in this Wu family? Originally thought that this Wu family had at most one superb. Unexpectedly, there will be a strong robbery realm, and it seems that there will be more than one. The 10 major families in the Yu country, I am afraid that all have a catastrophe, according to the most profound names in memory. The 7-star Sect Qingyun sect and the Yu kingdom. This time and space was far more powerful than he had imagined. In the clan hall, Chun Qingxian and Wu Di were both brought. Kneeling in the hall at this time, Jian Wushuang looked like a guest, sitting on the left-hand side of Wu Chongqing, the elder of the Wu family, and the 3-room elder Bai Mei sat on the right. As for Wu Qiong and Wu Yong, they didn't even have the qualifications to sit, so they just stood there. Wu Yong didn't understand the situation. At this moment, he was shocked. Even if he was relatively incompetent, he could see that today's things were not simple. Chun Qingxian, you know you are guilty. Elder Bai Mei fell down and said. Chun Qingxian, who was kneeling on the ground, knew that he couldn't hide it today, so he simply said it all. "Elder, everything is done by my concubine. It has nothing to do with my son." Chun Qingxian buried his head between his knees. Wu Di turned his head to look at his mother, his eyes complicated. Chun Qingxian didn't know that Wu Shuang was a reincarnated body, but now seeing Jian Wu Shuang sitting next to the clan elder, he also knew that things might not be easy. Today, she is probably in a disaster. At this time, Wu Changqing slowly picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and said calmly, "In this case, Wu Qiong will take her down and her to the law enforcement hall. A family as big as the Wu family is no less than a kingdom of God, and the family rules are naturally complete. Do whatever you want." "Fair enough." Chun Qingxian was frightened when he heard that he was about to be sent to the law enforcement hall. When she entered the law enforcement hall, she was really over. But for his son, she has no choice. When Wu Yong heard this, he shouted angrily from the side, "You poisonous woman, you actually harm my son like this!" I dug the sword bone from Wu Shuang's body and transplanted it to Wu Di. This matter is too vicious. Chun Qingxian glanced at her son one last time, and when she stared at Wu Di, she shook her head. He stood up and bowed back to the elders. When he looked at Jian Wu Shuang, his eyes still showed disdain and arrogance. Jian Wu Shuang held the handle of the chair, but an extreme point appeared in his body. This pole is constantly expanding. That is a starry sky, his origin and his release. In the original space, there are many of his treasures, as well as a complete physical body. Now he can regain his peak at any time. The confidence in my heart also came up, and many more. He stopped Chun Qingxian, who was about to leave. Seeing Jian Wu Shuang's exit blocked, Wu Changqing frowned, looked at Jian Wu Shuang and said, "Jian Wu Shuang, this matter is the Wu family's business. Her surname is Qin." Jian Wu Shuang slowly stood up and answered indifferently. In the next moment, his physical body began to change in front of everyone. A white-haired, long and narrow figure appeared in front of everyone. The moment his deity appeared, the ancestor of Wu Jiajin Zhongshan also opened his eyes at the same time. Jian Wu Shuang, who carried the Jueyun sword on his back, completely recovered. "Since I have been reincarnated, I must fulfill Wu Shuang's obligation and understand his cause and effect." Jian Wu Shuang said indifferently but very firm, "Even if there is a strong robbery sitting next to him." Wu Changqing and the elder Bai Mei were shocked. They know about reincarnation, but I have never heard that reincarnation can still be reincarnated with a physical body, and the recovery is too fast. Now, Jian Wu Shuang, even Wu Changqing can't see through. Tribulation. Wu Changqing stood up instantly. He did not expect that Jian Wu Shuang would be a strong robbery realm. From his perspective, he couldn't see through Jian Wu Shuang, so he naturally felt that Jian Wu Shuang was a robbery realm. When they heard the word robbery, the elder Bai Mei and Wu Qiong were also stunned. Both of them are emperors and naturally know the horror of the robbery realm. Now, the Wu family is up and down, but there are only 5 tribulation realms. 2 in the One Kaga state and 2 in the Tunak state, an ancestor of the 3 tribulations realm. As a Tianjiao of Mingjiao, Yuqi Mingfeng naturally knew the power of tribulation realm and was very surprised. What? Chun Qingxian didn't understand. After all, she was just a mundane. Naturally, she didn't know the power of the robbery realm. Jian Wu Shuang did not hesitate. A ray of light broke out between his fingers and directly killed Chun Qingxian. Understand the cause and effect of Wu Shuang. At the same time, he put out a hand in the void and directly caught Wu Di in front of him. Wu Changqing wanted to stop him, but found that he was actually no match for Jian Wu Shuang in the realm of space. The power of this time and space is dominated by divine power. Even if he became a robbery realm, he was not very good in space, and naturally he couldn't stop Jian Wu Shuang. Jian Wu Shuang, don't go too far. What Chun Qingxian did has nothing to do with this. Wu Changqing persuaded. After all, now Wu Di is on Jian Wu's hands. Okanshu, CM, it seemed that Jian Wushuang had no friendship with their Wu family anymore. Shot directly, without any euphemisms. The enemy of Wu is still very important to the Wu family. With sword eyes, it is already destined to go to the gods, and it is not difficult to become an absolute top. Coupled with today's sword bones, future achievements will be even more extraordinary. The ultimate emperor, and even the realm of robbery. That's the calamity of the ultimate divine power. Even the ancestors will value it very much. Can't be killed by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang squeezed Wu Di's neck, turned his head to look at Wu Changqing, and said coldly, "It's true that it has nothing to do with him, but the cut bone must be brought back. It doesn't belong to him." After finishing speaking, he took out the stolen sword bone from Wu Di's body, directly through his body. After taking it out, Jian Wushuang handed it to Yu Qi, Mingfeng behind him. "Set up a tomb for Wu Xuan. He is dead." Be regarded as leaving a thought. It is also a relief. With such a talent, it was unlucky to come to Wu's house. Yu Qi Mingfeng's eyes reddened, and he took the sword bone, with endless anger in his eyes, looking at the Wu Di who was holding Jian Wu in his hands, and the dead Qin Qingxian. Click! Jian Wushuang threw Wu Di aside, but didn't really kill the opponent. He can feel that the other party has no real hostility towards him. But it's hard to say now. He killed Qin Qingxian. I'm afraid Wu Di can't wait to kill him directly now in his heart. It's a pity that I don't have that strength. Wu Yong was completely frightened by seeing all this. His wife died in front of him instantly, and his son was also taken back by Jian Wushuang. It was a little unacceptable for a while. Wu Qiong helped Wu Di on the ground for the first time, with distress in her eyes, not because of Qin Qingxian but the current Wu Di.